Was, die Müller? Was, du machst das in meinen Kanal bestellt oder sag mal was? Das liegt direkt auf der Tisch.
Das ist komplett unverändert. Ich kriege da nur ein Monosignal rein.
Dann liegt es entweder an dir oder es liegt am Mikro. Oder eben an dieser Stereoauflösung, aber das kann ich mir ja nicht vorstellen, warum die auf einmal nicht gehen soll. Guck mal rein, was, wo drauf das steht, ob das MS ist, aber. Ja, das sind 418, da kann ich gar nicht einstellen, also MS. Vielleicht bei dir irgendwie? Phantomspeisung oder was?
Beide Kanäle sind aufgelegt. Ich habe auch beide Kanäle, aber irgendwie macht das immer so viel. Ich bekomme auf beiden die gleichen Pegel rein. Identisch.
Ja, aber am 418er ist ja gar nichts dran zum Einstellen.
Time.
Oh, das kann natürlich sein. Es kann auch noch die Auflösung natürlich sein, aber. Warte mal, doch, da kann ich was noch machen. Warte mal kurz. Wie ist jetzt? Habe jetzt noch mal einen kleinen Patch da rausgenommen. Immer noch, immer noch. Ist so. Ja, kann auch die alle Probleme, kann ich immer eine andere.
a passive hearing system for people with hearing impairments or hearing aids. The opposite use of the Listen Everywhere. Download the app, connect to the radio Wi-Fi network, and select the desired channel.
Die Industriesitzplätze befinden sich in der Baureihenstadion in der Nähe der Medienbereiche. Wir wünschen euch viel Spaß heute bei Whiteboard 2025 FISU World University Games.
The inclusive seating areas are located near the media sections. We wish you a wonderful time today at the Rhinewood 2025 FISU World University Games.
Ja, einen schönen guten Morgen auch von uns.
Day 3 of the athletics here in Wattenscheid, and the first genuine morning session means the start of the women's heptathlon. Great competition of the first 2 days. Yesterday saw the first multi-golds handed out, and today the multi-eventers get into action, all trying to inherit the title that was won by Isabelle Posch 2 years ago in China, in Chengdu. Well, later on this afternoon, we will have finals in the men's 10,000 metres, the hammer throw and the 400 metres hurdles. We finished the evening with the men's 400. The only women's final today is the one lapper. Other than that, we have a lot of heats that will particularly take place this morning, semi-finals as well, and we'll also be on the field, not just for the multi-eventers, where lovers of track and lovers of field come together in perfect unison, but also several other events too. I'm Angus Trode, alongside me as usual is John Trower.
Yeah, and looking forward to this morning's session. I mean, it's cool. We've had some rain, but the rain has now just ended, and that will please the discus girls, women in the discus qualifying Group A at 10:20 our time, local time. But it also helps. Sometimes when you don't get too much rain, it just moistens up that circle, makes it slightly quicker. If you've got the appropriate shoes, then it can be very helpful to increase the speed across the circle. But yep, we've got the heptathletes, we've got 4 heats of the hurdles, so there's quite a few of the women heptathletes going to be looking forward to the event they perhaps don't look forward to, which is the shot put. But we'll be looking forward to that after the high jump and everything else that goes on with heptathlon for the women. We can see on the screen here that the first group, the first heat of the women's heptathlon will be coming out to start pretty soon.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was about to start talking. The sun has gone back in again, so suddenly I couldn't see anything through the sunglasses. So back on go the normal glasses. And always right to have the right equipment for any circumstance. So here is the first heat then for the heptathlon. There's quite a few girls in this event, so 5 heats to get us underway, early morning doors. In this first one we have girls from Colombia, Estonia, India, Chile, Canada and Mexico.
Yeah, I remember from the previous games 2 years ago that actually Posh, as you said earlier, won it with 6,107 points, but it was pretty close. I remember it was a very close fought contest. The Ukrainian Loban, Yulia Loban, it was 6,663. Now, what typically happens is it's accumulative, but you can't have a bad. You can't afford to have a bad event. You have to have a mediocre event. You can get past that because you pick up on your good events, but you can't have a bad one. And the hurdles, sometimes, you know, it can cause some trouble with the women negotiating the hurdles, because they're not the best hurdlers. They're good hurdlers, but they're not the best. So.
Although you do occasionally get some world-class hurdlers who are also multi-eventers. Jessica Ennis-Hill, for a great example of that, who was superb in her own right over the hurdles. Nadine Vassar, another one from the Netherlands. Let's meet the girls who are on display today. There is Nora Ramos Castro. We've got no information at all about her in terms of PBs and season's best, so we'll learn about her as we go through. Robin Selkirk has a personal best of 14.21, but not in that sort of form this season. Pooja from India is in lane 4. She's one of 2 Indians that are in this first heat. Maria Vial from Chile is in lane 5. In lane 6, Tunashri from India. She's in lane 6. Then the Estonian, Katre Palm. Fastest personal best in this particular discipline in this heat. She's in lane 7, and on the outside is Eileen Ruiz Perez from Colombia. Youngest in this particular heat. She's in lane 8. Put this into context, the winner Isabel Posh in this event ran 13.67 to launch her campaign. None of these girls will get near to that. Robin Selkirk looked absolutely delighted to be on the start line. For a lot of these girls, it's the first time they will have experienced a championships and indeed a multi-eventer as well. World University Games is a great way to get yourself into these multi-sports events that would ultimately, they would hope, result in them going to the Olympic Games. There's an awful lot of distractions. When you come to an event like this, you've got to stay focused on your form and discipline. Away we go then. Nice clean start to get us underway, and a good start in lane 5 from Vial from Chile. Also running well, the Estonian Palm. She's now in front, and coming through in lane 2 is Selkirk of Canada through in 14.07. So round about 950 points or so. It's a difficult morning, slightly wet track, but the rain has at least stopped, which will be very welcome for these athletes. In these technical disciplines, rain is the enemy. So, Nora Ramos came through into second place, 14.47, which is a little in excess of 900 points. Pooja of India, Robin Selkirk ended up drifting back to finish in fourth place, ahead of Vial, the Chilean. See the great start. You need a good start in the hurdles, but you don't want to get out too much because you've got to get into the rhythm. Otherwise, you'll find yourself on top of the first hurdle, and then it's going to be trouble all the way down. It's all about getting that fast rhythm, getting that lead leg over the bar, straight down, bring the trail leg quickly through into your sprinting again. Repeat, repeat, repeat 10 times, and then run for the line. Palm getting there first. 14.06, like we say, which is comfortably her best of the year by a full 3/4 of a second. Her personal best, though, just under 14 seconds. 970 points. Decent start. She'll be pleased with that. On top of the action that we'll see today, we'll also see several of the victory ceremonies that will take place. They'll start at the beginning of the evening session with the long jump, 100 meters for men and women, as well as maybe a couple of more, as we'll see at the end, the men's 10,000 meter, which is today, the men's 400 meter hurdles, and the hammer throw. Yesterday was a terrific afternoon of action. Just about to talk about it, my system has just collapsed on me. We'll come back to that in a minute, but we've got the second heat of the women's heptathlon 100 meter hurdles underway, with athletes from New Zealand, Chinese Taipei, Uzbekistan, Argentina, Kazakhstan, Australia and Estonia. So there is Chen Kai-Yuan from Chinese Taipei. She's the second fastest in this second heat. None of the athletes have gone underneath 14 seconds. For this particular discipline here. FISU heptathlon underway. It was raining when we arrived, but the sun is now trying to poke its head out behind the clouds. There's no wind, which, well, a little bit of wind, but it doesn't feel much. And any wind there is blowing back up the home straight, which for the hurdlers is not a bad thing.
No, it's actually quite pleasant now, and I think if the sun does break through, it will warm up very quickly. It was very great and wet when we arrived an hour ago or so, and it's now improved considerably.
So here is Madeleine Wilson from New Zealand. She's reduced her personal best for the 100 hurdles down to 14:45 in 2025. Alongside her in lane 3, Chen Kai-juan from Chinese Taipei. 14:35 this year, but she is capable of going a couple of tenths quicker than that, and if she manages it, then she'll be pushing up towards 1,000 points. Uguloy Norbova from Uzbekistan, another woman who has increased her personal best this season. Argentina's representative in lane 5 is Mariam Bonanova Salem. She is the third fastest in the field, but second quickest on times in the current season, 14:18 her best. Then Alina Kristakova, 14:09 at her best. That is the best in this field, but she's not the fastest on the season best times. Mia Skerry from Australia, another woman who has pushed her figures down in the current summer. She's in lane 7. And on the outside, the second Estonian to line up today, Annabelle Sarapuu.
On your marks.
Always an early morning start for the multi-eventers, but 10 o'clock is actually quite humane.
You know.
10 flights of hurdles.
Set.
Off we go then. Out well so far is Uzbekistan's Uguloy Norbova, but outside her, the Kazakh Kristakova going well, but on the inside it will be indeed Chen Kai-juan coming through at the end to take the win in 14:18 seconds. Again, pushing up towards the 1,000-point mark. Kristakova second, 400ths of a second behind her. New personal best for Annabelle Sarapuu of Estonia, 14:26. That knocks 400ths of a second off her lifetime best, which is exactly what you want. So ordinarily in the flat sprints you would not stand up as fast as that, but because of the fact you have a hurdle only 7 or so meters away, you have to stand up quickly, make sure that you spot the hurdle, you trust the fact that your stride length will get you there at exactly the right moment, and then it's rhythm until you get to the end of the race. Always the relief, particularly in the women's multi-event, because the men start off with a flat 100, which is a much less technical event than the hurdles. So the relief when you finish the hurdles and you're into the event is palpable. 954 points then for Chen Kai-juan from Chinese Taipei, the hosts of the 2017 World University Games.
And in the multi-events, you do not want a bad start. You don't want to bad one to start the day off, because that just sets you up for the next event in not the way that you would want. So it's really important to, at best, at worst, be mediocre, and at best, as Angus is suggesting, get close to that personal best or the season's best, because that shows you're in good shape, and you take that to the next event. And it's all about keeping your hope and your spirit up, so that you can go into each event with a positive frame of mind, as opposed to being down in the dumps and being sad about yourself.
It's Krista Spruder from Latvia. And on the inside is Julia Schlucker from Poland. It's a smattering of crowd this morning, early start. The crowds have been pretty good considering Monday and Tuesday, still work days. Really good atmosphere last night. And there is a German in this next heat, so we expect a little bit of a cheer from the home crowd. Jenna Fairbend. And the girls, the women in this particular heat are all a little quicker, so we're getting faster as the heats come through. Wind has dropped to almost nothing now, so perfect conditions. So then the third heat ready to go. So on the inside then from Poland, Julia Schlucker, on the verge of breaking through 14 seconds for the first time in her career. Great Britain's Bryony Bovell, 14.16, her best that she's reduced it to. Krista Spruder from Latvia, she has the fastest personal best in the field, but has yet to break 14 seconds in 2025. South Africa's Carmen Forsch, they will be hoping for much better off the start line than they had yesterday. They had a bit of a nightmare in some of the events. Jenna Fairbend from Germany, underneath 14 seconds this season. And exactly the same personal best, also broken this campaign, as the woman next to her, the second pole in this heat, Ita Bielska. And on the outside, coming in from the United States of America, Addison Berry. Yet to break through 14 seconds. But in the company that she has alongside her here, you never know, she might be dragged along. Katra Palm so far with the fastest time in 14.06. Nobody underneath 14 seconds yet. We could well see that happen here.
Set.
Off we go then. First to rise, the American got out well. Berry in lane 8. However, coming past her now is Bielska of Poland. She's got the lead at the moment, looking very silky over the hurdles, and she'll take the win in 13.89. And we do indeed get the first sub 14 second time of the morning Bielska with a new personal best, knocking 0.07 of a second off her lifetime figures. That's a cracking start. No wonder she's punching the air with delight. There's a woman who's warmed up well for this event. Absolutely the right mindset. She looked good coming down that straight. Everything was working well. And she's rewarded with a terrific time that's been rounded down further. In fact, to 13.87. So she's knocked nearly 1/10 of a second off her best. That's nearly 1 metre quicker than she's ever achieved before over that distance. She goes to the top of the table then. Above 4 Palmes.
So. Let's go.
Yes. Well, that's Schlucker. She was in third in 14.16, 300ths of a second behind Christa Spruder of Latvia. Well, you can see the American did get dragged along initially by Bielska inside her, but the superior technique, look at the sharpness over the hurdles. Driving really well. Her lead leg so much snappier than everybody else around her. That's a great run. She knew immediately, and that'll set her up very, very well for what's to come. Poland haven't medalled much in this, but Bielska herself just missed out on the medals 2 years ago, finishing 4th. She ran 14.1 then. She's nearly 0.3 of a second faster than that now. In fact, 0.2 of a second faster than that now, which makes a big difference in the points. Is it her turn? Looking down the start list, there were supposed to be 5 heats, but it looks like they've been able to whittle them down. They've made it 4 heats instead. Poland haven't medalled in the heptathlon in recent years. Maybe they might get one here. Doesn't look like any of the previous medalists have returned. So the path is open for Bielska. Next up then, there's Catherine O'Connor. All of the next athletes have personal bests in excess or underneath. There's Lilia Bata, the Hungarian. So then, ready to go for this final heat in the women's heptathlon. Women's discus. Women are congregating on this near side, ready to start their qualifying competition. So then, let's take a look. The Americans out to support Elena Brady, who's the quickest in the field on paper. Catherine O'Connor's supporters out in full as well. Doesn't look like she's actually run a 100 hurdles this season by the looks of the absence of a season's best for her. Right, the athletes that are coming down now, the average between them is around about 13.5 seconds. We said the times get quicker as the heats come on. These are the best hurdlers that we have in the competition. Is Chiara Belinda Schüler from Austria. She's the slowest on paper in this final heat. She's in lane 1. Hungary's Lila Barta. She goes in lane 3. Ireland's Catherine O'Connor. 13.57 her personal best in lane 4. Few supporters for her, you can hear them. For Australia in lane 5 is Emilia Such. Reduced her personal best to 13.30. Just a little bit slower than her is Elena Brady of the USA. These two should be the ones to watch in this final heat. Outside her, Sabina Zux from Hungary, almost underneath 13.50 as a personal best. She could well do that today. It's a fairly fast track we've seen so far. And on the outside, Mariana Bento from Portugal, another woman who's on an upward curve this season with regards to her sprinting and hurdling.
On your marks.
Could see the first 1,000-point haul. Edita Bierska scored 997 points with her 13.87. These women should go comfortably under that.
Set.
And off we go then, and it's a fairly close rise, but on this near side, Bento going well for Portugal in the maroon, and then the middle search also going well. The Australian's going to come through to take this in 13.7. That will indeed get her in excess of 1,000 points. She'll go into the lead early on after the first of the 7 events. Tina Searcher goes to Griffiths University in Nathan, Australia, 22 years old. Same university, I think, as Georgia Harris, who won the 100 metres last night, if I remember correctly. Right, well, this makes much more sense. I thought 13.7 was a bit slow on the initial count, and she must have not triggered the finish photo, because it's come up officially as 13.47. See there, fairly rugged style that she has going over. She steadily goes away from everybody else, completely under control. Nice dip for the line, underneath 13.5. Her personal best, though, is another couple of tenths of seconds lower than that. Nevertheless, it's a good start for her. It gives her a comfortable lead. £1,055 points. So 4 women went over 1,000 points in that. Mariana Bento in Heat 2, Sabina Sux in 3rd place here, as well as Elena Brady with a 13.79 for 4th place, 1,008 points for her. So the heptathlon is underway and the discus is just getting started. There is the list though of the leaders after the first event, with Suk ahead of Bento and Sux in 3rd place at the moment, with Brady not too far behind in 4th.
The women's qualifying Group A discus is taking place at the same time as those heats, first heats for the heptathlon. And we have Özlem Beşerek of Turkey for her first throw. Wide stance at the back, nice and tidy at the front. It's going to be short of 55 metres. The automatic qualifying line that you can see there is set at 58 metres. So that will put any thrower that throws that distance straight into the final. Nobody so far getting near that. This is the best throw so far. We've had a couple of no throws from the top order. That included the reigning champion Kinzel of Germany had a no throw, and the American who won these NCAs in 25, she put one out in sector 2. So the 2 best in this group are struggling a little bit. Now this is Muzinka of Poland. She's got a best of 55.38 this season. So to get 58 will be a bit of a challenge. Fixed feet delivery out towards that 55 metre line. So we're seeing that Turkish thrower went close to 55. You can see there'll be 2 distinct styles. There are really only 2, where you have active reverse, where they rotate around that front block, and then you have the fixed foot, where you saw there the Polish thrower puts that left foot block in and throws against it. That's why it's called fixed feet throwing. So waiting for that distance to come up for Muzinka, 53.91, and here with the Chinese Taipei athlete Jiang. First throw, and she has got a bit of a wobble on that, over 40 metres, so that will be short of, definitely short of the 58 automatic. This young lady was in the final of the shot last night, so she's had a busy couple of days. She didn't quite get hold of that. Now we've had some rain, and that is providing a challenge for these women in the discus. Jiang 41.12 for her. First attempt, first throw for Vasmus Muth of South Africa, the 19-year-old. Again, fixed feet. Get that block into the front of the circle, stand up and throw against it. Short of 50 metres though for the South African, who's got a best of 50.88 in 2025, and that's her personal best too, the 19-year-old from South Africa. Waiting for that distance to come up. Short of 50 metres, 47.80. Yadav of India into the circle for her first throw, Guru Kashi University. So Yadav first throw in 1 of 3. Oh, and she active reverse, although perhaps she didn't intend to do that. Just inside the sector short of 50 metres. She has a season's best of 50 metres 17 this year. And you can just see a bit of ill discipline at the delivery at the point of delivery, where you've really got to sort of either stand up tall or active reverse off a very effective block at the front of the circle. So Yadav goes 48-26 for her first round throw. And Marine of Pakistan gets a wobble on that. You can see, like we saw in the men's final, if you were watching last night, the flight is crucial to the distance. And if you get a wobble or you get that front edge going up, tipping upwards to the sky, then you're not going to get the rotation that you need. It's rotating, but it's also wobbling, and that has a distinct negative effect on the flight path. Marine throws 33-63 to conclude the first round. 10 discus throwers in this women's discus Group A. We have Group B to follow at the conclusion of this qualifying round. Automatic qualifying 58 metres. At the moment, Becherek from Turkey leads the qualifying round with 54 metres 59. Now, the two first, the top of the list is Chiara Jackson of the United States, NCAA gold medalist this year in Eugene, and she threw 67 metres 82. So you would think, one would think, that 58 metres was not going to be a problem, but the first throw she had, she put it out the sector to the right, which means basically that somewhere along the line her feet did not get across this circle in the place she wanted to, and you can see how wet that circle is. And if she's only got fast shoes, then she's going to struggle because it will be too fast. And all the athletes I know have two pairs of shoes, one for wet and one for dry conditions. Let's see if she can manage this better. That's better, that's down the middle, and that sails out past the 58 metre line. Just a hiccup on that first round throw. She can relax a little bit now. That's automatic qualifying for Jackson of the United States. And that was a really tidy throw, having had the pressure put on you to get over that 50-80 metre. Now, everybody says how easy it is. 59.11 for Jackson. Automatic qualifying, shoes off, she can go and relax and smile for the first time. After the first throw where she slipped, we didn't see it and didn't record it, but she slipped and nearly put it into a judge's leg to the right-hand side of the sector. She'll be delighted with that. Now, here we have the local hero, Kinzel, the reigning champion from 2 years ago. 59.18, took the gold medal at the previous World University Games. Can she get over 58 metres? An active reverse, you can see rotating. We get the accompanying noises, and that's close to 58. That first white line is 55 metres, so don't get misled by the figures that you can see on your screen. That yellow line is set at the automatic qualifying mark for 58. Big sweep of that right leg into the centre of the circle, and then rotates around off that right leg, gets the hip involved, leaves the hand behind, and then active reverse. So 57.36, it's not automatic, but it will be good enough to progress into the final. But she can have one more go to go over 58, Kinzel of Germany. Now, this was the leader after the first round because those top two throwers, Jackson and Kinzel, had no throws. But Becherek comes into the circle. She's currently residing in third position in this Group A women's discus qualifying group. It's down the middle, that's always a good sign. Good flight path, and that's over 55 metres. That will be a slight improvement for the Turkish discus thrower, Becherek. She's got a best of 59.79 in 2025. Doesn't really use the circle as much. You have a circle which is now she's going to check the size of that circle, because it's quite important that you have a turn that uses it advantageously. 55.21 stays in third, and that discus circle is 2.5 meters. And the whole point of it is that you use the full width of that circle to generate the forces necessary. Now this is Pavel Linaker of France. That's bad flight. You can see it's wobbling and coming down as opposed to going up. She'll get a no red flag. 46.85 on her first attempt, and a no throw on her second. Now, the throws have actually been struggling to achieve automatic qualifying across the event so far. Well, not only the throws, but in the jumps as well. The long jump, there were no automatic qualifier, and then the final actually seemed to waken up. But here we have Zinska of Poland, 53.91 on her first attempt. Fixed foot, wobble on it, that's not going to fly. I think she'll probably walk out on that. 53.91 is the best. These women just struggling a little bit. You can see that circle is wet, there's still water. Now very often what happens is they have these big squeegees that fit into the circles and take the water, excess water off, or at worst they provide towels, and you can see that the Swedish discus thrower, there we go, as if she could hear me, just wiping a little bit of excess water off the front of the circle, because when she gets to the front she wants that blocking leg. If she's right-handed, it'll be that left leg. She wants security of it being in a position that she can throw off at the front of the circle. She doesn't want it slipping away from her, and she had a no throw person in the first round. Wide stance at the back, slight squatting position. There you go, that left foot did slip a little bit, you could see that in that throw, and that's over 45 meters for the Swedish thrower. No throw in the first round. Best this season of 55.38, but she'll be relieved. Let's just watch that left foot as it comes here. You can just see it slightly slip into towards, but she stayed in the circle, and she gets a registered throw, and she has one more attempt. 46.66 for Persson. She has one more go to get closer to that 55.38 season's best. Next into the circle is the Chinese Taipei athlete who's in the shot put, qualified for the final of the shot put. 18-year-old, got a permanent smile on her face when she concludes her throw. 41.12, not a great flight on that first throw. Let's see what she can do on a second attempt. Now that's a better flight. And yep, sails out closer to that 45-meter line. So that's an improvement for Chiang, and there's the smile. She's enjoying herself, and she had a good shot put last night too. .44.41 for Chiang of Chinese Taipei. Next into the circle is Vasmuth of South Africa. Fixed foot, that left foot sticks into the front of the circle. Good block out towards that 50-meter line that's in the field, you can see. 47.80 on her first attempt. Goes wide, left foot down, straightens at the knee. Fixed foot throw. That's 49.10 for the South African on her second throw. Moves her up the leaderboard. Got a best of 50.88, so happy with that, but still some work to do to get into the final. That automatic qualifying mark of 58 meters just slightly out of reach at the moment, and we have Yadav of India again just taking some of the moisture off. Particularly at the start, you don't want to slip when you start the rotation into the centre of the circle, and then you don't want that blocking foot, the left foot for the right-handed thrower, to move at the front. And again, that's a mixture of fixed foot. She rotated around it, but he stayed where it was, and that's a better effort from the Indian thrower, 48.26, and that's slightly over 50 metres. Got a season's best of 50.17, so she may be threatening that with that effort. And that's 50.09, so she's below her season's best. Got a personal best of 50.59, and one more throw to go. So the women in this disc are starting to get used to the circle, getting the feel of the speed of the circle, and just understanding that they can confidently move from the rear of the circle to the centre to the throw itself. And Marine of Pakistan will conclude the second round of this Group A qualifying. Just one automatic qualifier so far. That's Jackson of the United States with 59 earned. That's way below the 40-metre line. It gets the red flag, and that will conclude round 2, and we'll move into the third and final effort in this qualifying group. Top 12 will progress to the final, and we have one automatic qualifier, Jackson. She will not need to throw again. She can go and relax in the call room and continue watching this on the screen, no doubt. And the first to go will be the reigning champion, Kinsel, to win that gold, 59 metres 18 at the previous University Games. It probably would and is enough to get into the final, but she's going to take the opportunity to have another throw. You're in there, you haven't got the qualifying automatically 58 metres needed for Kinsel. She's got a best of 62.64. And she'll be looking to get over that automatic mark, because that's peace of mind. 24-year-old competes for Halle, great town in Germany that does throw festivals. She's bowled it over. You can see the left shot. She's taken over the top. She's short of 55 metres, so not the neatest, and she'll get a no throw. So best of 57.36. Well, that will almost certainly put her in, although she will be sitting nervously and disappointed she didn't get the automatic. But you can see she just turned away from that slight, did well to stay in the circle, Kinsel, but decided not to keep it, walked out the sector, walked out the circle, and that's a no throw for Kinsel, and she'll now have to wait. But she's got a reputation, she's got some pedigree, gold medalist previous games. And next to throw will Besharak of Turkey. Led briefly in that first round because the best two athletes above her had no throws before her. She went 54.59, improved to 55.21 in the second round. Got a best of 59.79. Now if she does that, there'll be an automatic qualifier. She'll be through. Active reverse into the net for the Turkish discus thrower. So she'll have to be and sit and wait nervously. Third best in this group, 55.21, and that probably will be enough to get her through to the final, depending on the 10 athletes in the next group. She now has to wait to see if she progresses to that final. Best 12 from the two groups, 20 athletes, 10 in each group. 10 in each group, 8 to be knocked out, 12 to progress. They're letting the athletes, despite the track events which tend to just make the throws stop whilst the starter starts the race. This is Beauval Linaca of France, and it's out towards the 50-meter line. It's an improvement because 46.85 followed by a no throw. She's a 60-meter thrower, 60.35. A little bit up and down. Now, by that I mean she seems to jump up to the middle, then because what goes up has to come down, she comes down, and then that disturbs the rhythm of the throw. 49.08 though for the French woman. It's progress, and she'll move up that leaderboard a little bit. But she will have a nervous wait as she sits and resides in 7th position in this group, and is now totally dependent of the skills and the distances achieved in Group B. This is Zinka of Poland. 3rd throw. Tall, rangy Polish woman, and that's around 50 meters. Won't threaten the 53.91 she had on her first attempt, and in fact she registers a no throw. You can see fixed feet, that right foot, the power foot attached to that right leg, and she knows with the flight path that that's not a great effort. No throw. And the rain and the wet conditions that were at the start of the competition just caused enough disturbance for these women to just think a little bit too much about their security around their feet and the movement of their feet into their throw. This is Persson of Sweden. And 2nd round best, 46.66 for the Swedes so far. Got a season's best of 55.38. If she gets near that, she's got a chance of progressing. If she's under 50 meters, then it's unlikely. Fixed foot. That's got a bit more on it. That's still just over 45 meters. You can see the flight path was quite nice, but she sort of went around that front leg and pulled it left into the sector. So let's have a look here. And yeah, that fixed foot not really sort of giving her any impetus over the top of that leg to drive it out and get flight. 46.01. She will have a nervous wait now, because 46.66 her best effort, and that will be on the cusp of the top 12. Currently in 8th position in this group, 8th of 10 at this moment in time. Jiang of Chinese Taipei, the 18-year-old. Exuberance in her youth, 44.41. Got a best of 53.16. She gets close to that, she's in with a chance of qualifying. Well, that's just flat and rotating and turning and wobbling, and there's some skills to be learned. But she's still smiling about the fact she's loved every minute, one in the shot put over the last couple of days, and then get up nice and early for this first group. But she'll finish with 44.41. Chiang of Chinese Taipei. Unlikely to qualify, but she's loved every minute of it so far in the shot and now the discus. It's great to see. Wasmuth of South Africa. .49 meters 10 on her second throw. Oh, that was a good video of her head moving around the circle. It's under 50 meters, and it won't be near that 49.10 that she achieved on her second round throw. So her best is 49.10. 6th at the moment in this group with 49.10, and she'll finish now, having had her 3 throws, go to the call room and then wait for Group B to come out and wait and watch anxiously as that distance of 49.10 slides down the leaderboard. I've tried, she says. You've had a great experience, and now you just got to wait nervously to see what happens and how Group B unfolds in terms of the distances achieved. Automatic qualifying for the women's discus, 58 metres, just one from this group. Kinzel, the German, the reigning champion, just fell short of that, but ended up 2nd so far in this group. Yadav of India, 50.09, currently sitting in 5th position in this group. Fixed foot with a bit of active reverse at the end, and that's over 50 metres for Yadav. Now, she's got a best of 50.17, and my interpretation of that in the circle across out into the sector is that is likely to be a new personal best. 50.59 personal best set last year. And yep, 51.21, that's a new personal best. You can't do more than that in this environment than to come out and throw a personal best 51.21, and that puts her up into 5th place in this group, new personal best for the Indian discus thrower. And to conclude the first group, this Group A of the women's discus, we have Mareen of Pakistan. Just struggling a little bit. That best throw so far, that first round throw of 33.63. Got a personal best of 36.67. So wouldn't it be nice if she could get a throw that has a flight on it, which takes it out to over 36 metres. Last throw in this group. No, that's a no throw, she's out the circle. She starts really nicely, but then as she goes across the circle into the turn, it sort of all starts to unfold a little bit. So when she gets to the delivery, she's out of control, you can see. But gets good points for a nice start. So her best will be a first round effort, 33.63. She definitely won't be qualifying, as she's 10th out of 10 in this Group A. And we can see one automatic qualifier achieving that 58 metres of Jackson throwing 59.11. We'd expect it. She's thrown over 67 metres. She's the NCA's gold medalist in 2025. And then Kinzel with 57.36. And we'll have a summary of the Group A women's discus qualification in a second or two. Women in this women's discus Group A, just waiting for the signal to depart the stadium, and we'll have Group B coming in fairly soon to have their 30-minute period of preparation before they start their competition. And it is a competition, but it's a personal competition to get that automatic qualifying mark, of which only one discus thrower in this group achieved. Kinzel there in camera, the reigning discus champion from the World University Games. And looking in reflective mood. She didn't get the automatic qualifying.
So when you say that was an interesting point you made there, qualifying and the final itself, two very different competitions, because the final you are actually competing against others, but in the qualifying you are only competing really against yourself. So how do you approach that from 2 points of view?
Well, there are two things. One, you have to prepare to compete. It is a competition, but it's more with yourself and your ability to perform at the levels you achieve in training or in previous competitions. So if the automatic qualifying is 58 meters, then it's helpful to have thrown 58 meters before you come into it. If you haven't, then you want to try and get as close to it as you possibly can. So it's a mental game more than it perhaps is physical, because they're all athletes, they're all in good shape, and they're all discus throwers. And here we have that confirmation. 59.11 by Jackson of the USA. Down to what is 8th for the person, 46. I think that's going to struggle. Anything over 50 meters, and Yadav with that 51.21 to put her up into 5th has a potential chance to get through to the final. But at the moment, there's 10 in this, of which 5 or 6 will be nervously waiting for Group B to come to the stage and compete. And they'll see themselves move down the list. It's quite a harrowing experience, you can imagine. Sitting in the call room, you have no control over the performance of the person in the circuit that you're watching, and you know that your throw is likely to be susceptible to going out. So there's a nervous wait for 1 or 2, but Jackson hasn't got to worry about that. She's in the final. Kinzel, the reigning champion, with 57.36, has got a very good chance, as has Betra of Turkey. And Muzinska of Poland has a very good chance of 53.91, I think, to stay in there. 51, 50 meters, nervous wait.
Well, we've been waiting a while for the next track event to come out, and it's the 110-meter hurdles. The race starts to try to inherit the title from Ken Toyoda of Japan. This, though, is the start of 3 heats. There are 2 Japanese in the latest attempt to get gold. On the inside, though, is India's Rahil Vadakaparat. He's a sub-14 second man. He lowered his personal best below 14 seconds this year. Inside him, Chinese Taipei's Lin He-kai. 13.5 seconds his personal best reduced to. Another man under 14 seconds this season, Andreas Kristoffersen of Denmark. This is Tam Chin Seng from Macau. He's in lane 4. Austin Little of Australia, goes to the University of Sydney, is in lane 5. 13.69 his personal best reduced to, but the fastest in the field is Abe Tatsuki of Japan. Then a man who was in the final 2 years ago, 5th in Chengdu, Philippe Demchar, and on the outside, Egypt's Youssef Ramadan. Another sub-13.5 second hurdler. Demchar, the only finalist from 2 years ago at the World University Games in China that has returned here to have another go. Of course, graduation does tend to get in the way of being able to continue to compete at this event.
Set.
Oh, well, he went the moment we said set. Vadakaparat getting a little excited. They might get away with that because they weren't really ready for the start. generally athletes don't like competing in the morning, unless you're a multi-event. You can see they're not even really ready to go. That's just sheer adrenaline. And not a little bit of panic, perhaps. Well, he's gone. Well, they have been ruthless. So, unfortunately, the man who came in the form of his life will take no further part, and a rueful look from the Indian. Down to 7 then in this opening heat.
Set.
Off we go then. Good start by the Australian, Austin Little. He's out well over the hurdles, but outside him, Japan's Tatsuki Abe is now beginning to take control. He's in a clear lead. On the inside is Lin Yikai. However, it's the Japanese, followed by the man from Chinese Taipei, first and second. They go through to the final with only 3 heats. There will be no semi-finals in this event, so it's heat straight through to the final. Winning time, 13.61. Easy run out early in the morning. Trying to keep the title in Japanese hands after Ken Toyoda won in 13.4 ahead of Ning Zhaohan of China and Kilian Christoph of Poland in Chengdu. This World University Games are taking place a month earlier than the one in Chengdu. It's a lot cooler as well here in Germany than it was south of China. Well, it was a great start from Lin Yikai from Chinese Taipei, but the smooth hurdling style of the Japanese brought him through halfway through the race. 21-year-old who went to the World Juniors in 2022, didn't get through the heats on that occasion. This time, though, he'll be going to the final. It's kind of an intermediate event, the World University Games. You get youngsters as young as 19, you can go all the way up to the age of 25. It's a great way to link the younger age groups with the full seniors. Get experience to take you on for those who are serious about their athletics careers, rather than using it to go into life outside of sport afterwards. Good race. Tatsuki Abe with the victory. The fastest man in the field, winning the first heat in 13.61, 10th of a head and ahead of Lin Yikai. Whilst Demshah, who was a finalist last time out, and Ramadan will have to wait to see what happens in the other 2 heats to come. Well, there's a small but vocal crowd here today in the Lohrheide Stadion in Wattenscheid, which is around about 20 minutes away from the centre of Bochum. In the Ruhr Valley, the western part of Germany, slightly further east than the Rhine, which is the co-host of this World University Games. In the 32nd edition. And the second time that it has come back to Germany after Duisburg back in 1989. So far there's been a nice spread of goals around the various different countries. We saw 3 different countries and universities represented in the 10,000 meters on the final day, with Slovenia, Kenya and Spain, led by Clara Lucan with that FISU Games record in taking gold. Yesterday we saw 5 more sets of medals handed out, with the golds going to Sweden, Portugal, Germany, Australia and South Africa. No country yet has taken more than 2 gold medals, but Germany has taken a gold and a silver in the discus. We saw some cracking 100-meter finals last night, with Georgia Harris winning the women's version and Bayanda Walatsa for South Africa, rescuing a day for the South Africans that hadn't started off great, with a few full starts, taking out a couple of their fancied athletes. There's a South African in this second heat of the 110-meter hurdles as well. Jaco Leroux will be in lane 7. That's Chris Sarau of the USA on the inside. Underneath 13.5 seconds for him in 2025. And will be fancying his chances of going through to the final. He's not in the top 2 fastest, but he's very, very close to them. And hurdles is such a technical event, you can get things wrong very quickly. #1 rule, finish your race first, then worry about everybody else afterwards. There's Leroux. He's the quickest in this heat. 13:44 his lifetime best, reduced to this current year. On the outside is Essa Jara of Saudi Arabia, the slowest in the field and the only man who hasn't cracked the 14-second barrier.
On your marks.
So the first 2 to cross the line go through by right. Then it's a waiting game for the rest.
Set.
Away we go then, and out fast as you would expect is the fastest man in the field, Jaco Leroux. He's in charge at the moment, a right on scrap for the second place behind him. Leroux just caught a hurdle there and he's lost it on the line. Colby Eddowes of Australia stealing it, and that's what I mean, how it can all go wrong. And Leroux was lucky that he didn't lose second place, because that was a tight race all the way to the line. 13.65. Eddowes' time has been reduced to a couple of tenths outside his lifetime best. Leroux confirmed in second place. He will be vastly relieved. Very, very tight for the man who's won a South African title. This, though, is his first major outing. Two-year-old Colby Eddowes then with the victory. He was in the decathlon back in 2023, but didn't finish that in Chengdu. Well, we're looking at Eddowes there. It was Leroux, though, who got out well. It was Eddowes. He had the opposite race. He was knocking them over at the beginning of the race and then started to get things together a little bit better towards the end. But you can see there how close he is. He hit probably 7 of the 10, but he had enough power to come through, unlike Leroux, who started off with perfection, but then hit a couple of hurdles in the middle and just lost a little bit of that impetus. Hurdles going down all over the place. Carnage. Those were the hurdles. There you go. That's where Leroux lost it there in the middle. Hit the last one as well just to compound it, but was fortunate. Nobody was quite near enough to him. Serrano of USA, 13.8. And the Belgian Nolan van Covenberg, 13.9. Neither of which are fast enough to get them into the final. So the fastest non-automatic qualifiers at the moment. Let's just bring that up. Christopher Serrao actually is quick enough for Serrao. He is the fastest of the 2 non-automatic qualifiers at the moment, but the Belgian not quick enough to be part of that shake-up. Philippe Demchar hanging on to a second place in a final at the moment with his 13.83. One more heat to come. And there are several men in that Heat 3 who are quicker than those who are in Heat 2, so whether Serrao will last through that is a very moot point indeed. I didn't realise the kiss cam was in all operation. Let's hope they're all together. She looks excited. Meanwhile, the men for the following heat are lining up on the start line. There's been some great men who have won this title through the years. Terence Trammell, 2 world indoor titles at 60 meters, won the World University Games title in 1999. Hansel Parchment, who won the Olympic title in 2021, won in Shenzhen in 2011. There's been some big names who have come to this championships over the years in many different events, and not all of them have found success, but some certainly have. But all of them have used it as a great stepping stone to other things. Great stalwart of this 110-meter hurdles at the World University Games, Balázs Bajy of Hungary. He won in 2017. And also went on to medal at the World Championships after that. It's a lovely mix of athletes that maybe this will be the greatest moment in their athletics careers, and others who will go on to become household names. So then 13.83 is the number that the two non-automatic qualifiers from this last heat will be aiming at when they look up at the scoreboard after they've finished. This is Mondre Bernard from South Africa. He's in lane 1, 13.44. He's reduced his PB to this season. Inside him is Poland's Olgierd Michniewski. He will do well to get through as an automatic qualifier. He's down the time order. Japan's Hayato Higuchi. 13.42, he's reduced his personal best to this season. He's the fastest in the field on the season's best, but not in terms of personal best. Outside him in 4 is Juan Manuel Apoda Vera of Ecuador. And then the fastest man in the field on paper is Tejas Shersey from India, who is not there. Interesting. So then Frans Krul of Estonia in 6, Tom Wilcock of Great Britain in lane 7, and Angel Diaz Rodriguez of Spain is on the outside.
On your marks.
L3, foot to the block.
Higuchi is being talked to in lane 3.
Set.
Full start. Again, it's a bit like yesterday. They all came away together. It wasn't immediately obvious where that came from. We had a similar one yesterday where a green flag came out. It was one of the semi-finals of the men's 100 meters. It's very similar actually to the one we had yesterday. Somebody left in the box. That's the Briton, Wilcock. It's a talking to for the Estonian Frans Krul. He's actually the slowest of these athletes.
But what was the problem at the start?
No, it's fine. No.
So it is a green card, same as yesterday. So the heartbeats can return to something like, I was going to say normal, but as high as they get before a start generally. But that pang of panic recedes. Everybody's still in it.
Set.
Off we go then. It's a good start by the Estonian, but he's got one of the slower personal best. Now the men on the inside are coming through. Barnard and Higuchi leading with Michniewski inside them. And on this near side, Diaz Rodriguez. I think Barnard got it on the inside, Diaz on the outside. 13.72 the winning time. Good run from the inside. It's not easy to run fast when you're not in the middle of the track. There's a psychological disadvantage you feel, particularly when you're on the inside. And Diaz Rodriguez giving it on the nod on thousandths from Barnard. It makes no difference to them either way, really. They'll both go through by right. Hayato Higuchi will go through with that. With Serrao, it means bad news for Demstra. He won't make it through to a second final in a row. And the Slovenian has been knocked out in the semis this time. A disappointment for Higuchi. On paper, the fastest in the field of the men who actually took to the start line. On the inside, good sharp hurdling from the South African, just catching it a couple of times though with his trail leg, and that was probably the difference between him being first, which he spent most of the race being, and second, which is where he crossed the line. He just lost a little bit of that momentum, and that allowed the Spaniard Diaz Rodriguez, who was a bit smoother, to come through, albeit by absolute fractions of a second. 6 thousandths between first and second, but as we say, makes no real difference. They both go through. So then, Abe and Dowes, Lin, Leroux, Diaz Rodriguez, Barnard are the automatic qualifiers, with Higuchi confirmed as one of the 2 non-fastest automatic qualifiers, and now Chris Serrao has come up, little Q by his name as well, so we knew he was going through, but now it's official. Those are the 8 that would be heading into the final. So the women's 200 meters is next up out on track. The women's heptathlon for the high jump will command our attention in the field. And the weather is getting a little bit warmer as we go through the day. The sun is still inside this little duvet of clouds, which, to be honest with you, is fine by us, because if it was out, it would be straight in our faces. So this is perfect weather. Tatsuki Abe then is the fastest man through to the final of the 110-meter hurdles. 21 years old, he's almost 22, just 10 days or so away from his birthday. And only went to the World Juniors in 2022. Now through to his first major final. Set his personal best this season at the University Championships of Japan in Okayama, where he ran 13.25. I wonder if he'll be able to get anywhere near that in the final here. The track here is reasonably quick. We've had quite a few personal bests. We've had a games record. Newly laid track. It's a refurbished stadium. and it's hosting us very well at the moment. So the women's 200 meters is 4 minutes away from starting. The women are just setting their blocks on the far side. The crowd is continuing to grow, particularly on this right-hand side where the high jump is about to get going for the heptathlon. It's Amelia Search of Australia who leads after the 100-meter hurdle so far. That high jump, incidentally, will get going at midday, which is in about half an hour, which will give us a chance to see the women's 200 meters through to their conclusion. Almost their conclusion. There are 6 heats. And the first of them is about to get going.
Qualification, and then stop track. The round 1 heats after women's 200 meters. Also die nächste Wettkämpfe-Vorbereitung. Gleich geht's weiter mit dem Hochsprung, dann die zweite Disziplin ist nach der Frauen.
Title was won 2 years ago in a 1-2 for Poland for Nicola Horowska and Marlena Granoszewski. South Africa took the bronze medal in Chengdu through Bonere Shabangu. The winning time that day was 23 seconds dead, which was exactly the same as the time that brought gold to Belarus and Kristina Simonskaya in Naples in 2019. So then, let's get going. In the first of the heats, we have athletes from Switzerland, Latvia, Italy, Slovakia, Cambodia, Turkey, India and Norway. On the outside, Maja Medic of Norway, 24:42 PB for her. India's Sonia, a little bit quicker. Then Simay Ostifsti of Turkey. We get underneath 24 seconds with her. Sang Lida of Cambodia. Then that's Slovakia's Victoria Strikova. Victoria Fontana of Italy is in lane 3. Inside her, Evelina Krakope of Latvia, and on the inside, Iris Galaguri.
On your marks. Set.
Away we go then. Victoria Strikova, who made it to the semi-finals of the 100 meters, now goes and opens up her campaign in the 200. On the inside is Calaguri from Switzerland, racing against the Italian Fontana in lane 3. Outside her, Strikova, who's going to come in third. It's going to be the Swiss Calaguri who takes it away from Fontana, with Strikova in third. The first 3 go through to the semi-finals, with 6 women waiting to see what the others do in the other 5 heats. So Caliguri, who didn't run in the 100, winning that one in 23.28. It's only a tenth or so outside her lifetime best, so it's a good performance from her this early in the competition. Fontana, 23.5. She can go a good deal quicker than that. Strykova, 23.67, claiming that third automatic place. That is only 0.02 of a second outside of her best ever. So a really good run from her. You can see there, she's a 100-meter specialist. The 200 meters perhaps a little long for her. She starts to lose ground as they head in about the 150-meter mark. Caliguri, though, tremendous bend. It's a tight bend here at this track, and she really dealt with that brilliantly. Was in the lead as they came off the bend and just kept her form going all the way to the line. Only a metre or so away from her personal best, so she's obviously feeling pretty good about herself. Confirmation of the results then. Caliguri, Fontana and Strykova going through by right, with Simay. Well, all of those women at the moment have qualified. 6 fastest non-automatic qualifiers to go. We won't have a full 6 until the end of the second of the heats. Again, there's been some high-profile athletes that have run at the World University Games in the 200 meters. Probably headed by the East German, Marita Koch, who still holds the FISU Games record in Mexico City back in 1979 with her 21 seconds 91. Kim Gewert won in 1999, the Belgian legend, who won 2 European golds after that and was always there or thereabouts, part of a great Belgian relay generation as well, both men's and women's.
Ungefähr 2 Minuten beginnt die Präsentation.
Back in 1975,
Genau, und dann ist ungefähr eine Minute später.
Kajo Hagman of Finland became one of 2 female IOC members after that. So when we say that there's an athletics future or a sporting future for a lot of these athletes, it's not necessarily just on the track, it's also in the administration, management of the sport. Nothing helps you understand the sport more than actually having competed in it. Current World Athletics President Sebastian Coe, Lord Sebastian Coe, testament to that. Came off an illustrious athletics career and went into administration, including leading the way to the 2012 Olympic Games, then to the presidency of World Athletics. And a prominent member of the IOC as well. There's a very big alumni in sport. Well, if we stick to the schedule, this second heat has still got 3 minutes to go until it gets underway. The women are already stood by their blocks and are ready to go. I'm looking to see where the athletes in lanes 1 and 2 are. Should be Kioma Ofor. Well, there is Dalia Kadari. So she's there. I think the Nigerian might be a non-starter.
Our
So then, let's start from the outside. The women who are here, Charity Atiang of Uganda is in lane 8. Inside her from Poland, Inga Kaniczka. In lane 7, Colombia's Dana Jimenez Pitre is in lane 6. Whilst in lane 5 is Anastasia George, who is the quickest in this particular heat. Marielle Venida of New Zealand is in lane 4. Dalia Kadari in lane 2. And from what I can see, Guillaume Ofor is not competing. She's not in lane 1.
On your marks.
So Marielle Venida of New Zealand, another of those who reached the semi-finals of the 100 meters but didn't get into the final. Now trying her luck here. Off we go then. Venida going off well, but it's the Italian Kadari who will come off the bend in front. Kaniczka of Poland trying to force her way, but it's the South African George now who might get it. This is a great race to the line. Who's going to get it? It's going to be the South African, I think, from the pole to get second. Top 3 go through, though. And Venida, I think, run out of it. 23.36, the winning time. A little bit slower than the first of the heats that was won by Iris Caliguri of Switzerland in 23.28. George getting the nod on second by 100th of a second from Kaniczka of Poland, with Venida 24.03, which at the moment would put her into the 6 advancing to the semi-finals. Lovely, rhythmic, symmetrical running style of the Italian Kadari, much more muscular, power-based stride from Inga Kaniczka, the pole on the outside. It's a clear victory. Absolute daylight. 2 different races almost between the smooth running style of Kadari and those who are fighting for second, third and fourth behind her. Very smooth indeed. Remember Ayamide Foloronso in the 400-meter hurdles in Naples, the poster girl of that particular athletics program, and is still going in Diamond Leagues, World Championships. So Kadari, George and Kaniczka booking their places by right through, with Venida in 4th place, Atiang in 5th. Guillaume Ofor didn't start, and Dana Jimenez Pitre of Colombia also ended up not starting that race as well, so only 5 racers. And we will move on to the 3rd of these 6 heats in this morning session of the 200 meters for women. And just warming up, they'll set their blocks. The women for the heptathlon are also going through their paces as well. Amelia Search of Australia is the leader in that one after the one competition so far. Mariana Bento is second, with Zabina Sux in the bronze medal position early on, ahead of the American Elena Brady. 7 events in the heptathlon. High jump is next up, then shot put and 200 meters will round out day one. Tomorrow we start with the long jump and then the javelin, and we finish off with the 800 meters. Long way to go though before we get there. Australians are in force to support Amelia Search. In terms of the multi-events, John, what's more important, to maximise your best events or to minimise the damage in your weaker ones?
Well, it is a quandary. I mean, when you've been training and leading into an event like this, you'll know which events you're feeling a good rhythm about, I think, because training has indicated that, and you'll always have an event or 2 events that you are better at than the others, and it's the decision to keep that topped up or to work on the weaker events. Whichever way you go, it's a risk, and it's reducing that risk. So if you're confident in 2 or 3 of the events and you know that you've got time to work on the other 4 to bring them up to a better level, then almost certainly that's the sensible thing to do, because the poorer events, there's more of them. Out of 7, there's going to be 3, at least, possibly 4 events where you know you've got to focus on, whether it be a run-up. And typically, the javelin is a challenge for most of the multi-eventers, because as we were chatting on the way to the track today, it's something that nobody really likes practicing, because it's an implement in your hand, it's got a run-up, it's technical, it can hurt as well, and if you catch it wrong, you're going to damage an arm and an elbow and a shoulder, and so there's a risk to it. But as I'm suggesting, there are ways to practice that without throwing, and there's a lot of neurological research which says thinking about it helps, and actually doing it the other non-dominant hand helps, just to make you think about what you're trying to do.
Well, the 200 meters is part of the heptathlon, but these are the individual athletes going for individual glory in this event. On the outside then is Emma Teino of Finland in lane 8. Major Silva, Maria Mutaraja of India inside her. Gabriela Mareis, who we saw her in the 100 meters for South Africa. She goes in lane 6. Brooke Ironside of Great Britain in lane 5. There's Jocelyn Carrasco-Diaz of Mexico in 4. Reem Suleiman Al Amri of Oman goes in lane 3, and on the inside is Jessica Milat of Australia in lane 2. Lane 1 is empty. So then, Gabriela Marias, bronze medal in the 100 meters final last night. Back up again and ready to attack the 200 meters. Woman from the University of the Free State in Bloemfontein.
Set.
Well, we'll start to get a better picture now of the fastest non-automatic qualifiers as they start to stack up at the end of this heat 3. Ironside of Great Britain is going well in the middle. On the outside is the Finn Taino. It's going to be Ironside who takes it for Great Britain in the middle. Second place will go to the Australian Milat on the inside, and Taino went well. A little bit of a struggle for Marias in that one. Much more suited to the 100 metres. 23.33 the winning time. Second fastest, season's best for her. Taino has actually been given second place by 100th of a second ahead of the Australian Jessica Milat. Angel Silva Maria Muthuraja of India has got fourth in 24.01. That would be enough for her to go to the next round. Gabriela Mares 24.14, also at the moment good enough to go to the semi-finals, but she's slightly further down the order and there are still 3 more heats to come, so she is a little bit in peril. You quite often get medalists from the 100 metres not going in the 200, but Marias has decided she wants to have a crack. You can see she's quite a way back behind the winner, Brooke Ironside. Brooke Ironside, 22 years old. Goes to the AECC University College in Bournemouth, which is not a university you often see striding high in university sport. But she certainly looked good there. Comfortable win, looked good. Good start, good bend. Kept it going down the straight. 200 metres, so important to get the bend right. Fascinating listening to Michael Johnson, the former world record holder, just how important that bend is to 200-metre running. It's one of the reasons why he was always on the bend in the relay. So then Ironside confirmed with a season's best, a new lifetime best for Taino of 23.64 sends her automatically through, and Milat of Australia also booking her ticket into the next round.
Weiter für die Diskussion aus Indien, für Priya.
Hungarian flag there, that will be for the woman who will be in lane 3 of the next heat, Yulia Fedor. Brightest it's been so far this morning. Track now beginning to dry out. Floodlights are still on though, which they've been on actually all the time, actually, haven't they? Whether it's been daytime or not. There's another of the Brits, Omoshade Adu. We saw her in the 100 metres as well. Maybe the English members of the British team will be trying to draw inspiration from the exploits of their England football team last night in the Euros across the border in Switzerland, coming back for the second round in a row to make it through to the final, the reigning European champions. When you're a sports person in whatever sport, you draw inspiration from wherever you can. Germans will be hoping to do the same thing tonight. But so too will the Spanish in the other semi-final. No German in this heat. Spaniard is Esperanza Clodera Gil. Now we've got to the stage now where I can tell you what the slowest non-automatic qualifying time is that these women will be aiming at. And it's 24.84, so it's still pretty generous actually. There's plenty of scope here for the women in this heat to be able to get underneath that, all of which have got personal bests that are better than Sonia's time recorded so far, the woman from India. Given nice gentle run-ins to these heats. There's plenty of time between each one. Still officially a couple of minutes away from the start of this one, but we will be introduced to them nonetheless. On the outside then, Chile's Antonia Ramirez in lane 8. Reduced her personal best down to 23.61. New lifetime best as well for Canada's Doyinsola Ogunlemi, but she's the slowest in the field. Then inside her, Kololu Sila of Turkey is in 6. Maria Mialache of Romania, familiar face again. We saw her in the 100 meters as well. She's in lane 5. Esperanza Gil Caldera is in lane 4 for Spain, with Julia Fedor of Hungary in lane 3, and on the inside Jennifer Aduwu for Great Britain.
On your marks.
So Cladera coming into the competition. She didn't run the 100 meters. Inside her, though, Aduwu of Great Britain reached the semis as a non-automatic qualifier.
Set.
Off we go, and a good start by Sila from Turkey. Fastest in the field, except for Cladera in lane 4. Expect the Spaniard to come off the bend in the lead, and she does. Aduwu running well on the inside, but in the middle of the park, it's going to be the Spaniard Cladera who wins it. The Turkish athlete Sila in 2nd place. It's another clear victory. Mialache getting the 3rd automatic place, with Aduwu in 4th. That time comfortably enough to put her in the 6 non-automatic qualifying places. Clear victory, though, for the woman in orange and yellow for Spain, Esperanza Cladera, 23 years old. She's competed before at the European Youth Championships, the Youth Olympic Games, and even a member of the Spanish team that finished 2nd in the European Team Championships this year. Representing the University of the Balearic Islands in Palma. And a good win for her. So Cladera Gil, Sila and Mialache go through by right, with Aduwu Fedor doing enough to be included in the 6 non-automatic qualifying places so far. Not so for Ramirez and Ogunlemi. 5 is around about 5 minutes away. We're also a couple of minutes away from the high jump section of the heptathlon getting underway. 2 jumping mats, we'll be covering both.
Yesterday's bronze medalist in shot put from South Africa, Colette Lewis. Den Anzeigetafel mit Zwischenstand im Siegkampf nach den 100 Meter Rücklauf der ersten Disziplin. The current standings and the first heptathlon after the 30 laps, after 100 meter hurdles. And now we are ready for the second round, after the high jump. 2 groups. And the high jump, and the high jump. Group A, Group B, participants, and Group A. Markus kommt soon. Und jetzt sind wir wieder auf der Bahn.
So then, heat 5 of the women's 200 meters, round 1. Athletes from Switzerland, Ecuador, Uganda, Azerbaijan, Canada, Slovakia, Slovenia, and Poland. On the outside, Switzerland's Leonie Pointe, almost within shooting sight of her personal best this season. Ecuador's Paula Tinoco Reynoso is in lane 7. Uganda's Brigitte Mbwali is in lane 6. Farida Zayeva from Azerbaijan is in lane 5. Georgia Holland of Canada is in lane 4. Lenka Kovakovkova of Slovakia is in lane 3. Sara Belic is in lane 2 for Slovenia, still celebrating that 10,000 meter victory, no doubt, in that camp. And on the inside is Nikola Horovska.
On your marks.
Nikola Horovska, who was entered in the long jump as well. She's on the inside. The new time that they are aiming for to get within as a non-automatic qualifier is 24.54. It has got quicker by 0.3 of a second since the last heat.
Set.
So a good start and a fast start as well from the Swiss athlete on the outside, Léonie Pointet, the first athlete in this competition with a sub-23 second time. Horoska on the inside also with a sub-23 second personal best, but not this season. But those two are in front at the moment. It's going to be the Swiss Pointet in first, and on the pole Horoska in second, and Georgia Oland of Canada grabs that third automatic qualifying place in the middle. Pointet with a winning time of 23.45. Pointet, 24 years old, representing the Haute École de Santé Vaud from Lausanne. Horoska, who goes to the Jacob of Paradis University in Chorzów in Poland, and Georgia Oland in third place. 21 years old, goes to the University of Calgary in Canada. Good strong run from the outside lane. There are some who take the bend smoothly rather than powerfully and then open up on the straight, but when you're on the outside lane you've got no choice but to go at it hard, because you cannot afford to come off the bend from the outside lane and find suddenly you've got 5 meters to make up, because you don't see that gap until it straightens out. .27 for Lenka Kovakovikova. Bridget Ambwali of Uganda with 25.4, also good enough to get her through to the next round as one of the NAQs, the non-automatic qualifiers. Same thing for Belic from Slovenia. No place though for Zieva of Azerbaijan, nor for Tinoco Reynoso of Ecuador. There's the confirmation then of that results, with Pointet, Horoska and Oland going through by right.
And here we have the women's heptathlon high jump group A, where we have Elena Kristayakova of Kazakhstan. She's already had a clearance at her opening height of 153, and now this height is 1m56, and she goes clear at 1m56. And it's all about accumulation of points. You have to balance the number of jumps you have because it's fatiguing. That's a nice clearance by the Kazakhstan athlete at 1m56. She's got a best of 175, so she's being very cautious here, making sure that she's got some points on the board. This is Brady, the USA, and she goes clear. First attempt at 156. Big strides into the curve. Not much of a curve as she comes into the takeoff point. Comfortable clearance for the American high jumper. Got a best this year of 170 in this season. And she's got a bit of a spring in her step. She's coming in at these early heights. So Kirk of Canada, first failure at 156, so she'll be the only athlete coming back as the other two athletes.
My second last step.
coach about the second last step. There you go. And get the takeoff sorted, I think. That second last step leads into takeoff, so I guess she's got to get that right before she can get the takeoff right. That all makes sense to me. First attempt for Pooja of India. She sails over her first clearance, her first opening height of 156. She gets that nice little circle. You don't want any crosses in the horizontal vertical jumps.
Heat 6 of the 200 metres on the track. And we now know, with only one to come, that Sime Osifsi of Turkey and Angel Silva, Maria Muthu-Raja of India have both qualified now as 2 of the 6 non-automatic qualifiers through to the semi-finals. Just the one heat to come then. Athletes from Zambia, Norway, Australia, Sri Lanka, New Zealand, Kazakhstan and the Republic of Ireland. There is Christy Edwards of Australia, 22.81 her lifetime best reduced to this year. She's the fastest in this heat by some margin as well. Norway's Malin Furahaug, we saw her go well in the 100 metres. She's in lane 3, and Christine Kabwe of Zambia on the inside. On the outside was Lauren Roy of Ireland in lane 8, Alexander Zubovskaya of Kazakhstan in 7, and Jordan Blake of New Zealand in 6, with Namansha Herat of Sri Lanka in lane 5.
On your marks.
Malin Furahaug there, 8th in the 100 metres final.
Set.
Off we go then, 1 to go. Furahaug has got off well and is chasing after the Australian Christy Edwards, who is already past the Sri Lankan Herat as they approach the tip of the bend now into the straights. The Australian still going very well. Ireland's Lauren Roy has had a good bend as well in the outside and is in 2nd place at the moment. Furahaug is in 3rd. These 3 look as though they're away and will qualify. 4th place going to the Kazakh Zalyubovskaya. Winning time 23.33. So the fastest through to the semi-finals will still be Iris Caliguri of Switzerland. And a good quick time there from Christy Edwards. 23.31. Makes her the 2nd fastest to go through, just marginally quicker than Brooke Ironside of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. So Edwards, Roy and Furahaug grabbing the automatic qualifiers. So the finalist Furahaug in the 100 metres, going well in the 200 as well. Zalyubovskaya, 24.23 is enough to get her into the next round. And behind her, Jordan Blake of New Zealand, 24.66 will not be enough to get her through, so just the 1 non-automatic qualifier from that final heat of the 6. Last woman to qualify. will be Lenka Kovačevićová of Slovakia with 24.27. She was in the fourth heat. So unfortunately, right at the last, Jennifer Aduwa of Great Britain, who is hanging on to a non-automatic qualifying place, gets bumped out by 1 place in the end. There are the results from the final of the 6 heats then for the 200 metres. The men's 200 metres is up next. Full list of the women, though, who will go through to that semi-final, which will take place tomorrow at 6:40 p.m. local time here in Germany.
Chen of Chinese Taipei goes clear at an opening height of 1.59 m in the women's heptathlon Group A. Good clearance by the Chinese Taipei athlete. That's Search of Australia, the current leader after the first event in the hurdles. Her first clearance at 1.59 m. For the best of 1.73 this season. Should be slightly left nervous now, having got one in the bank. Cleared that first sight, 1.59 m. More of these heptathletes join the competition now. In Group A, we started off at 1.53, and everybody has gone clear so far. The Canadian Selkirk had 2 failures at the height of 1.56, got over on a 3rd attempt, and now she's coming in for her 2nd attempt at 1.59. So, 2nd failure for her, 1.59. She's dicing with death at this moment in time. 2 no jumps at 1.56. We've got 3 centimetre increments applied to this event currently. Robin Selkirk is struggling a little bit. She's got a season best of 1.71. Still seems to be fairly happy. She's the only athlete now that has had failures at this height, and she'll be given 2 minutes between attempts. She's watching the clock drop down. Usually, if multiple athletes have re-attempts, they just have to wait for their turn. But when there's one athlete left at height and they've failed it once, and they're the only ones still at that height, then they get a 2-minute break before they have to come to start for the next time. So Selkirk, 1 failure so far at 1.59 m. Going for a 2nd attempt. As we look at Selkirk goes clear. Although we haven't got her, we're back on. Here we have. failure there for Ramos Casta, who actually is in Group B. So we're moving around a little bit on this high jump, just trying to find out where we are. So this is Selkirk coming in for her second attempt at 1m59. Oh, and she goes clear, so she'll be very pleased with that. So this is Group A, and Robin Selkirk of Canada goes clear at 1m59. Got a season's best of 171. So should be expecting to be able to get over these lower heights. But of course, the pressure of the infield, slight niggle in her foot or ankle or knee, and then it just makes it slightly more challenging. And then very quickly in, we have Freya van der German, who goes clear at the next height of 1m62. So Freya van goes clear, first attempt, 162. 16th after the hurdles. And next to jump is the Arco. Chen goes clear at 1m62. As was Alina Kristikova of Kazakhstan. She went clear first attempt at that height as well. And we're whistling through these competitors. We've got 14 high jumpers in Group A. The next jump will be Brady of America, lining up ready to go. Brady has a best of 170, so this height of 162 will be getting towards that season's best. Good clearance by Brady, although high point was good. Speed into takeoff not so good, so she almost went straight up and came straight down, but she gets over despite touching and nudging that bar. You can see it rattling in its own. She's having a chuckle about, yeah, I didn't push off enough of the takeoff foot to take me in and up and over. She went up, but she didn't necessarily attack it in, and you need to take some of that forward momentum off the run-up into the bar, and that gets you onto the bed. So next up is Selkirk, who's had a lot of practice so far. You can see cleared that opening height first time, then 2 failures at the next height, 156, and then 2 more failures before she got over 159. And that's another cross. She seems to be favouring the crosses currently, but she's still in it. And in the heptathlon, it's about the height you clear, not about the number of failures you have. It's just a bit tiring, really, on the body to keep having to have another attempt to get over the height. So Selkirk gets another cross. She says to the coach, I'm getting a bit tired, coach. Search of Australia. Good clearance of her at 162. Amelia Search of Australia leads the event after the first event, the hurdles, was top of the list. And she's looking competent enough to carry on and hold her position in that top place at the moment. Good power as she comes in off the run-up. Slightly scrappy over the bar, but if you've got power and height, you'll get over. This is Such of Hungary, and she has a neat clearance too at 162. Next to jump will be, this is Spoot. And that's in Group B, so that's the Latvian who's come into the competition at 162. And we are moving between the groups a little bit, willy-nilly here, just trying to keep on top of things as we watch these two groups of high jumpers. Group 1 have 14 heptathletes in, Group B has 14. And that last jump was Krista Sprud of Latvia. She went clear at 1:62. And we'll try and keep tabs on that competition as we take that all in view. Here we have, again, Sloka in Group A of Poland. First time entry height, 162. She goes clear at 162. Mia Skerry of Australia. Her opening height too of 162, first attempt. Yep, that's nice and smooth and easy over the bar for Skerry. Got a best of 176 this year. So an easy ease into the high jump competition, the second event in the women's heptathlon. And she'll get a circle for that first time clearance at 162. And we'll wait to see if Bialska of Poland enters at this height, and there she goes. So Bialska of Poland comes in at 162 as well, and she goes clear, first attempt. So that will conclude. No, we go back to Saukirk now, who has to come forward for her second attempt at this height of 1:62 meters. It's certainly fast and furious as we progress through the heights fairly quickly. A lot of athletes, a lot of heptathletes to get through here. Some started at the minimum height, 135. That was predominantly in Group B. But both groups catching up now, and both groups around the 162 mark, and Saukirk has her second attempt at this height. And that is a failure. So we've got one more chance. She's the only athlete currently in the competition that has failures at this height. You can see it just doesn't get height off the floor on that takeoff. It just needs a little bit more speed off the bend. They run this curve and they ease into the curve, but as soon as they've come around that curve, they have to come and attack the takeoff area, and that is in towards the bar. And the challenge always is getting that takeoff foot in the right place so that you can, one, take advantage of the speed of the horizontal running and then translate it into vertical takeoff height with speed to take you over the bar. So Saukirk has got 2 minutes. She doesn't have to go immediately. She can have a bit of a breather, give herself some thought, practice some imagery, practice some priming movements that will help her as she attempts, third attempt at this height of 1:62 meters. Nope, that's Saukirk out. She was struggling a little bit on those other two heights. And she's the first casualty in Group A to come out. Has a clearance of 1:59 to her name. And in Group B, British athlete Boval gets a clearance. We're up to 1:56, sorry. So 1:56, Boval goes clear at 1:56. And that will settle the nerves a little bit for the British athletes. After the hurdles, she's in 13th position. And here we have Sprud, who also goes clear at this height in the B group. Skula of Austria Goes clear. Comes in from the other angle. First time clearance at her opening height of 153, and she gets the circle for 156. And in Group A, we have Freya Bend of Germany. She goes clear at 1m65 for Freya Bend. Applauds herself in the crowd for the support, the German. So she'll get plenty of support from the crowd here. And we're back to Group A, Elena Kristykova of Kazakhstan. And that's no jump. Oh, and a bit of limping going on here. That doesn't look good as she limps away from the bed. She has a clearance at 162. I didn't see where she hurt herself there. She comes down, perhaps she's a bit uncomfortable. Well, could be a knee issue for the Kazakhstan athlete. She notices here she's got some strapping around that left hamstring. This is Brady of the USA. Good speed, but then cuts her stride as she almost is going too fast on that run, can't handle it, and then clatters into the bar. So failure for her, Brady, 165. Next up will be the Australian, the current leader after one event. This is Search of Australia, lining up to take on this new height of 165. She's got a season's best of 173. So high jump isn't her strongest event. We'll see how efficient she is now. It's good clearance for her. So Search goes clear. She'll be delighted with that. 165 in the bag. Looks like she's having to have a few jumps though. Came in quite early for somebody who has the speed over hurdles and has obviously the power. It's just directing it in the right way as she comes into the bar. So this is Souks of Hungary. Good clearance for her. First attempt. For Souks, 165. Next to jump in Group A is Pooja of India. Coming in from the other side, so take off on the other foot to those coming in from the right-hand side. So take off on the right foot this side, and she goes clear. So Pooja goes clear, first attempt at 165. Pooja has the best of 171, but looking very competent in the high jump. Good technical movement into the bar. And this is Kate O'Connor from Ireland. She goes clear as well. She's got a best of 184 this season. And apart from Wilson from New Zealand, who hasn't entered the competition yet, O'Connor is the second best clearance this season out of this group. So she'll be hoping to get over some good heights as we move through this. And the gears are changed as the good high jumpers take over the event. Slocker of Poland goes clear, 165. They're like machines as they come in and clear. Do it slightly differently across the board. That gives a right wallop that stays in the arms of the bar stays in the arms of the uprights. And the next to jump is Gary of Australia for her first attempt at 165. clear. Good clearance. 2 Australians over this height of 165. They'll keep good company to each other as they progress through this competition. This is the second event. Hurdles first event. First event up this morning. Early start for these women. And now we have Bielska of Poland, who will conclude the round, and we'll be back to Brady and Krystiakova, who failed this height. And that's a good clearance by Bielska of Poland. And now we'll go back to the second attempts of the 2 athletes that have crosses against their net. Bielska comfortably over that height, 165. Somebody who's jumped 176 this season, maybe expected of that, but she still enjoyed the motor. Bielska, 5th after the first event in the hurdles. Chen. Chen from Chinese Taipei. Lining up, ready to go. But before that, we have the Kazakhstan athlete, Krystiakova. And that's a good clearance by the Kazakhstan athlete. Chen had that failure at this height. This time, she'd just seen the Kazakhstan athlete go clear at 165. Can she now join her? Nope, that's another failure from Chen. Chinese Taipei athlete, 2 failures. Got a best of 172 this year, but she did come off the bed and was limping quite badly and continues to limp, so there may be a little bit of an issue there. When you think this is the second of 7 events, there's another 5 events after this, so that's not a good sign when you start limping after as you're progressing through the second event. So Brady, the USA, second attempt, 1m65. Well, the run-up is a mixture of power and deceleration, and then that lack of rhythm gives the signals to the body that the takeoff is not really in the best place, and that's exactly what it looks like. She goes up, comes down, catching the bar. And yeah, actually, she said it feels good, but it's not connected. You know, the run-up, the purpose of the run-up is to set you up to be optimum at takeoff point. So you can feel good, but if you don't join up the run-up to the takeoff, then you're going to have some issues, and that's Brady's issue at the moment. If she just perhaps slows down a little bit and accelerates into takeoff, then she may have a better chance of success. But at the moment, she's fast and slow, and then loses the rhythm into takeoff, the important part of the event. So Chen, we have the Chinese Taipei athlete coming in for a 3rd and final attempt, and she's been limping, so strapping around that left ankle, which is the takeoff point. That may be the problem. Sorry, she takes off on the right, so that's out. Chen's out. She's coming in from this left-hand side, but it doesn't matter. She now takes with her to the next event a clearance of 1m62. But she's still in the event. Still looks quite capable of moving and attacking. Certainly the high jump. As she comes into that high jump, and she's smiling. So the limp has gone, but she's out of the high jump, so perhaps it was just concern about the fact that high jump isn't in great shape at the moment. So now we have Brady, 3rd and final attempt. She'll be out at this height. Let's see if she can join this run up a little better than she did on that last attempt. She's certainly got some spring. Stutters in, but it's there. There you go. Little bit of a join up in terms of moving in off that curve, so you go into the curve and then the last thing you want to do is stutter, but she actually didn't decelerate, so big strides, cuts it down, probably did too much, but she's got some good springs in those takeoff, in that takeoff foot, and she gets the high five. So it was feeling good, it just needed to be joined up. So Group B, we have first attempt at 1m59 for Tanu Shri, the Indian. She catches that. Oh, look, and it just stays on. She's got to be happy with that. Mariana Bento of Portugal, first attempt 159. First time clearance 153 and 156, so third jump in this competition so far. Portuguese athlete got a season's best of 169, so it should be within a range of performance. Yep, and it is. Good clearance by Bento of Portugal in that Group B, just behind Group A in terms of height progression at this moment in time.
So the men are out for the first of the 7 heats of the opening round of the men's 200 metres. Athletes, the Malian is not starting, that's Issa Maiga, but that was Dixon Salayo in lane 7, Canada's Jordan Sufi in lane 6. Second fastest man in the field is from India, which is Animesh Kujur, national record holder at 200 metres. Valtteri Lukko of Finland in 4, Hwang Zhu-hyun of Chinese Taipei in 3. From Uganda, Joseph Okalimo is in lane 2, and on the inside from Brazil is Matheus Pereira de Oliveira.
On your marks.
Brazil won this title in Naples thanks to Paulo Andre de Oliveira. Not aware there's any relation. Seven heats, first 3 in each of them to go through to the semi-finals, followed by the 3 fastest non-automatic qualifiers. So away we go. Animesh Kujur won bronze medal at the Asian Championships with a new national record of 20.32. And the big man is moving well here, already shutting it down. It's going to be followed across the line by Lukko of Finland and Hwang of Chinese Taipei, winning time 21.17. That looked like a jog. National titles as well for Animesh Kujur. We reached the semi-finals of the national games. In the 100 metres, didn't get through the heats in the 200 metres that year, but bronze medal. He's got national records at 100 metres, 200 metres, twice this season. He was also a member of the quartet that broke the 4x100 metres as well. And that was very, very impressive. So Kujur in 21.16, Lukko in 21.31, and the final qualifier from this heat, Hwang Zhou-hyun, 21.46. Sufi, Okalimo and Silayo from Tanzania occupy the 3 automatic or non-automatic qualifying places at the moment. De Oliveira from Brazil didn't start either. Issa Maiga we already knew about. FISO Games record is still held by the legendary Italian Pietro Minea. His 19 seconds 72 set at altitude in Mexico City all the way back in 1979. Still revered in sprinting circles, the great Italian.
Skerry, Australia, first attempt at 1m68. Mia Skerry. Nicely off the curve, good rhythm, no deceleration, comes into the takeoff point and converts that speed off the curve to the vertical takeoff there. Leads with the hand, which is very typical of any high jumper who's trying to get over the bar. So Skerry goes clear, 168. And next jump is Bielska, Poland. And she's knocked that down, 168, so she'll be back for a second attempt, along with Feyerabend of Germany, who also had a failure at the first attempt at this height of 1m68. As soon as they've either gone out or they progress, if they clear it, it goes to 171 in this Group A. So Feyerabend, you can see that cross against 168. She's got the crowd behind her. Good clearance by the German in her second attempt. Next up will be Brady coming in for her second attempt at this height. The German accomplished. Not the fastest off the bend, but she converts what she's got in terms of speed off that curve as she comes into the takeoff point, and nice technique over the top. Brady, USA, second attempt. Now, we know this young lady has some springs, but she doesn't quite join up that run-up to Halper used the springs at takeoff. And when I say that, I mean it's just that conversion from the speed off the curve into that takeoff point. So crucial for this event. You know, the feet in every athletic event, because the contact with the floor, it may seem a stupid thing to say, but you need to make sure that you take advantage of the contact with the floor, and you need it to be aggressive but relaxed at the same time, and purposeful in the sense you do not want to decelerate into takeoff. This is the second attempt for Bielska, and that's good joining up in terms of movement into around that curve as they come to the takeoff point. And she can't believe that she had a failure the last time, because that was a really accomplished jump from Bielska in this heptathlon. Bielska was 5th after the hurdles. So Brady in a hurry to get things done here. She should just take a rest, relax a little bit. She has time, but this is her third and last attempt at 1m68. Yeah, and it's unfortunately it's the fault of many events where there's run-ups. It's this conversion of the run-up into the takeoff point. So Brady will go out. She's cleared 165, and when she gets home, she needs to go away and do some work on that run-up.
I felt so loaded and in my head.
And we've heard her say how good she feels, but you can feel good without performing. That's for sure.
Second heat of the men's 200 metres on track contains the winner of the 100 metres last night, the South African Walatza. Now he starts the event in which he is the World Junior Champion. On the outside, though, is Brandon Pemberton of the US Virgin Islands. Harry Taylor of Great Britain is in lane 7. Łukasz Żuk of Poland goes in lane 6. Then Mohammed Azim bin Mudfami, 4th in the 100 metres final, just missed out on a medal. He's outside the man who did win it all. Scare in the semi-finals, but came through to win it last night. He's got a terrific personal best in the 200 metres as well. He's the fastest in the field at 20.08. Inside him in lane 3, is Alan Diak of Hungary, and Macau's Vong Ka In completes the 8 in this heat. Oh, what a wonderful win it was last night for the 19-year-old from South Africa. World Junior Champion at
On your
both
mark.
100 and 200. He's completed the double in one of his events. Now can he do it in the second? And he was a member of the Olympic winning relay squad at Paris as well last year.
Set.
Off we go then. The quest for the double for Bayanda Joy Walatsa begins in the heat of the 200 metres. He's a bit struggling with the bend. Going to better is the man from Malaysia, Mohd Fahmy. However, here he comes, a smiling face of Walatsa. He's through and through and through. In the end, it looked like Diak and Jacques finished quickly. Confirmed in 20.93, the only man under 21 seconds. Lucas Jacques indeed gets second place with that fast finish in 21 seconds 06. And Diak coming past the fast starting Mohd Fahmy to claim third with 21.23. Mohd Fahmy fourth, which is where he finished the 100 metres final last night. Well, off he goes. He struggled with the bend. It's a real art form, 200-metre running. But you can see that loping stride that he has. I was talking to John last night. Reminds me a little bit of a sprinting version of John Ngugi, the legendary 5,000-metre champion and cross-country legend from Kenya. But he looks as though he's enjoying it, and why wouldn't he? He's a champion already. Start of what is turning out to be an ever-improving and potentially brilliant career. Been some terrific champions over the years through the 200 metres. Tommy Smith all the way back in 1967 in Tokyo, where the World Championships will take place later in the year. Antoine Maybank, who became an Olympic relay champion in 1996, the year after he won the 200 metres gold at the World University Games. Roman Guliev from Azerbaijan, who went on to success.
Palm of Estonia goes clear. she looks surprised with that. This Estonian going clear at 162. Hand on her mouth. Can't quite believe it. And here we have Fuchs in Group A. South African. First time clearance 168. There's a chance here. Oh, touches it, but it stays up. Good clearance by Fuchs in Group A at 171. So the bar height is moving up in those 3 increments, 3 centimetre increments. Just touched it a little bit, but it was just bouncing up and down in the vertical, so no horizontal hit on that. And it's a second clearance, opening height at 168, and then clear at 171. O'Connor from Ireland. First attempt at 1m71. She's a good high jumper. O'Connor. Best to 184 this season, and that's a good clearance by O'Connor. Sails over 171. I think we'd expect that, but you still got to control your nerves, and you know you're good at this event, but you've still got to come in off the run-up, attack it, and clear it. 171 for O'Connor of Ireland. Sloka of Poland. Big strides in, off the curve, gets the feet down a little quicker, and she's very pleased with that. That's a good clearance for her at 171. And you can see it's interesting just to see the different styles. The setup for her off the bend is to shorten the stride and attack the takeoff point. It's a way coaches would want their athletes to consider in the run-up. It's a setup. It's just putting you in a better place to try and then attack the takeoff. Personally, I think having a run-up that's smooth and round and easy as opposed to wide then short just complicates things a little bit. So here we have Skerry of Australia. First attempt, 171. Yep, that's good for Skerry. Very tight, very tidy. Easy on the eye as she comes around the curve, attacks the bar and the takeoff point. And coming in from the right, takeoff leg is that left leg, left foot. Nicely positioned. Good first time clearance by Skerry. Got those zeros all the way through from when she started that opening height, 162. So it's good to see. Bielska comes in now for what is her first attempt at 171. Second time clearance, 168. Season's best, 176. So we're getting up towards season's best, but that clearance at 168 was very good. And that's good too. I think she clattered it, but now she's starting to get confident in her speed into takeoff, and that always helps at the high jump. And back to the track.
Heat 3 sees athletes from Hungary, Oman, Zimbabwe, Haiti, Denmark, Estonia, the USA, and the Korean Republic. On the outside is Zoltán Val from Hungary. Has broken 21 seconds in the past, but not this year. Inside him, Hamza Abdullah Al Jabri from Oman. One of the slower athletes in this race. Zimbabwe's Daniel Mukogo goes in lane 6. Haiti's Isaac Joseph. He'll be after a top 3 finish on an improving personal best this season. Emil Frender from Denmark goes in lane 4. Estonia's Robin Sapper in lane 3, and there is Trelly Banks from the USA, the fastest man in this heat. He's in lane 2, and on the inside is Seo Minjun. First major championships for the 23-year-old American.
On your marks.
As you would expect, very involved in the American collegiate scene in the Big Ten.
Set.
21.74 is the slowest of the non-automatic qualifying times at the moment. Good start by Zimbabwe's Mukogo, who comes off the bench, but inside it is So and Banks. Mukogo going well, but on the outside, the fast finishing Val might even have taken that on the line. Well, that was a turnaround in that race. For all the world, it looked as though the winner was going to come from lanes 1 or 2. It started off with Mukogo in 6, starting the best, but off the bend, it was the men inside him that were going the fastest, but the fast finishing Zoltán Val really coming through there. Terrific time, 20.93. Goes fastest, joint fastest with Bayonda, well out to the 100-meter champion. Val top of the timesheets by 0.02 of a second. Daniel Magogo with a terrific run as well. New lifetime best of 20.94. First time he's ever gone under 21 seconds. So Min Jun, 21 seconds qualifies him automatically as well. Well, it looked like Trelly Banks was going to cruise through there, but is in 4th place. Is though enough at the moment. He's the fastest of the 3 non-automatic qualifiers, chasing home that triumvirate of leaders to the line. Very entertaining race. 3 different sections to it. Middle of the race to start with, inside took over, and then 1 on the outside. So confirmation then of a season's best for Sval from Hungary, Magogo with a lifetime best. There are also lifetime bests as well for Hamza Abdul Al-Jabri and Emil Finder of Denmark, even though they're not fast enough to take them through.
So here we have Sprout of Latvia, 3rd attempt, 162. She goes clear. Good clearance by Sprout. And in Group A, after this clearance, you'll see in Group B, we have Firebrand of Germany. Firebrand on her 3rd and final attempt at 1m71. And that will be shown as she lines up, ready to go. 3rd attempt, 171. Disappointed if she goes out at this height. Although season's best at 176, needs to be a good jump. Oh, and that's a great clearance by the German. the scream of delight and the support of the crowd. She's happy with that. That's points. That's what it means. Search of Australia. She's going for her 3rd attempt at this height. Now, she was the leader of the first event. Now, she goes out here. The others are going to be lining up and leaping on her lead. Literally in this high jump. Search. Failure on that 2nd attempt. The run-up was poor. Cut the stride. Now she needs to be expansive at a go. An attack and good clearance. Under pressure. It's always good to see. Perform when it matters. Whew, she says. Well done. Good jump by Search. The leader in the event at the moment, and she goes clear at 1m71, and she'll be delighted with that. Relax again, get ready for next time. Got to do it again in a minute. Pune, India, 3rd attempt, 171. Good clearance by the Indian. Oh, he's starting to get good over here. 2 failures. And then that clearance. See what it means to her. That equals her season's best of 171. She's looking quite cool and smooth in her jump, and that certainly got her out of jail in the sense she cleared it on her 3rd attempt. Palm of Estonia. Good clearance by her in Group B, and that's 165 for Palm. God blimey, we're moving all over the place here. 28 heptathletes to keep an eye on. We've lost about half a dozen of them so far, but there's still a lion's share of these women in this event. So this high jump will go on for a little longer.
Well, a little bit of a correction to make to my statement at the end of that last heat. Hamza Abdallah Al Jabri, I said, got own lifetime best, but didn't go into the non-automatic qualifying place. He actually has by 200ths of a second with his 21.29. So how long he'll last, I don't know. But at the moment, he has a semi-final place. Here are the men. We're trying to do something about that. On the outside then, Abdulaziz Al-Shirani, who we saw in the 100 metres, goes in line 8. Hope Zemba of Zambia is in lane 7. Tomasz Nemec of the Czechia goes in lane 6. He's the fastest in the field. He's almost up to his 20.52 personal best this season. Magnus Johansson, Hong Kong, goes in lane 5. Then Chris Ius of Australia goes in lane 4. Filip Frederick of Slovakia in lane 3. Anze Verbosek of Slovenia goes in lane 2. And on the inside from Bangladesh, Sazil Zedan. Love the camouflage kit for Bangladesh. That's terrific stuff.
On your marks.
Silence descends over the Lorheide Stadion.
Set.
Away we go then. Good bursting start by Tomasz Nemec from the Czech Republic, the fastest man in the field, wants to really impose himself on this field, but it is Ius who's come off the bend in lead. Nemec though with him. The fight is for third place, and it's going to be won from lane 3 by Filip Frederick of Slovakia. Winning time 21.03. So 3 men only have broken 21 seconds so far. That was a fairly tight race though. Let's see now. 21.55, so it's not going to be enough for any of these athletes who are outside the top 3 places to advance any further. Tomasz Nemec has won 3 national titles in Czechia, 25 years old now, coming to the top end of the age range for the World University Games. He's been extensively in action over the past few years in the juniors. He went to the Olympic Games last year, got to the quarterfinals, got out of the heats, didn't get any further in the 100 metres. The 200 metres, excuse me. But that was a good run from Chris Ius, 25 years old as well. Went to the World University Games 2 years ago and ran 100 and 200, got to the semi-finals in both, and he's done the same thing again here. Didn't run in the 100 though, just concentrating on the 200. And who was 3rd in the national championships in Australia back in April. So then Ius wins it. 21.02 it's been rounded down to ahead of Nemec and Frederick. Nobody else will be going any further than the heats.
So the first time we've seen Madeleine Wilson of New Zealand, first attempt, first height at 1.74 m. She's an accomplished high jumper. And there you go, that's why she came in at this height, because she's cleared 187 this year, it's the personal best and the season's best, and she sails over 1.74 m. The tall Kiwi goes clear on her first attempt at 1.71 m. That's the way to do it. See, you get good rest, and then you come in at the height that you want. This is Fuchs of South Africa. Lining up for her first attempt at 1m74. Good clearance by Fuchs. So she's following Wilson's lead, goes clear, first attempt, 1m74. She's got a best of 181. And across in Group B, which is adjacent to this Group A, same end of the stadium, we have Bento from Portugal, who had a second time clearance of 162, now has a chance to go over on a second attempt, 165, and Bento goes clear. So she'll be delighted with that. Season's best 169, so we're getting up to that area in heights where you know that things are going to happen. And then we have in Group A, Kate O'Connor of Ireland. First time clearances so far at those three early heights, and now up to 174. Got a season's best, 184. So it's within her compass. And over she goes, good clearance by O'Connor at this height. But it will start to find some of these athletes out in terms of the heights that they're confident and competent enough to clear. O'Connor, good high jumper, and that's a good clearance for her first attempt. Slotcha of Poland, first attempt, 174. First time at clearances at every height. Got a season's best of 176. Gaining in confidence, but she did start early, so you just wonder when a little bit of fatigue comes into those legs and you lose a little bit of that spring, but she's doing well at the moment. Good clearance by Slotcha of Poland, 174. Look at those zeros. We like a clean sheet when we're marking these events. No crosses evident in her score sheet at the moment. And here we go back to the high jump. First time failure at 174. The German Feyerabend. Oh no, the high point on top of the bar, and when that's reached, you've got to come down. Gravity takes over, and it came down with the bar. So she'll have one more attempt at 1m74. Just behind her season's best at 176, but she has jumped 180 previously in previous years.
Up to heat 5 in the men's 200 metres, round 1. And there's a medalist from the last World University Games running in this one from South Africa, Eckart Potgieter, who was part of the bronze medal winning relay squad at 5x100 metres in Chengdu in 2023. On the outside, though, you can see, I'm not sure that Nepal's Paiden Pakrin Tamang is there. He doesn't start, indeed. New Zealand's Tom Te Puni is in lane 7, then Teo Yan of Singapore in 6, Dave Chapman of Great Britain in 5, Manikanta Hogleha of India in 4, then Ecuador's Santiago Llorena Royas is in 3, Potgieter is in 2, and Beppe Grillo of Malta is on the inside. 20.36, the fastest for Potgieter from South Africa this year, the fastest he's ever done in his life. There he is, lane 2.
On your marks.
Potgieter was alongside Thembo Monareng, Sebo Matsoto, and Sean Maswanganyi, who was the silver medalist individually in the 100 metres. And Potgieter looking for a little bit of individual glory.
Set.
Off we go then. Just the 7 men with Paklin Tamang of Nepal, a non-starter. Fairly even round the bend, but on the inside is Potgieter now. He's done that well. He's got a couple of meters on him. On the outside, the tall figure of Tepuni is going well too. But inside comes the Brit Chapman. He's going to take second behind Potgieter. But the New Zealander holds on for third, and with it gets his place in the semi-finals. Good run from Potgieter. Went to the Youth African Championships all the way back in 2019. Ran in the 100 and the 200. Got silver medals in both. This is second World University Games, and he goes through in 20.95, so that select band of athletes who've broken 21 seconds in this early round of the 200 meters. Chapman of Great Britain with a wonderful finish with a season's best 21.06, and Tepuni, who was going well early on, held on to finish in third place in 21.08. See there, Tepuni was very well positioned. He just lost his form a little bit towards the end and was overtaken by first the South African and then the Brit, but nevertheless still goes through. Comes Al Jabri still with the slowest of the non-automatic qualifying times to go through. Potgieter, though, takes his place. And it means that we have two South Africans through, with Bayando Walatsa also flying. Chapman through for Great Britain, Tepuni through for New Zealand. But nobody else will go through, not quick enough times, I'm afraid.
Skula of Austria. And in third and final attempt, and that's the end of Skula's Group B aspirations in the high jump. She goes out at 1.65 meters, and it would have been a season's best and an equal personal best. So that's in Group B. In Group A, we have Mia Skerry lining up for her second attempt at 1.74. Oh, good clearance by the Australian. Clap at the hands. Appreciative crowd. Skerry stays in the high jump women's heptathlon competition and can go up to the next height of 1.77. Bielska. Yep, second attempt at 1.74. Oh, she stuttered, but she got height, and is she happy with that? I think you've got to say that she is. Great celebrations as she cleared the height. Good focus. Those arms pumping to get her into the takeoff point. Good clearance of the hips, and then just clipped it with the heel very slightly. But good clearance by Bielska, the Polish athlete, in this women's heptathlon Group A. 14 women. Feyerabend, the German, now coming in for a third and final attempt at 1.74 meters. Got a season's best of 1.76, so she's in the area where it's going to be a challenge. Now, and it's down. Feyerabend goes out of the women's high jump, so she'll have no part to play now in this high jump Group A as the height goes up. And sometimes the bar comes down, as she found out in that particular instance. We've still got 2 or 3 athletes, though, contesting their final attempts of this height of 1.74. So Amelia Search of Australia, she led after the first event in the hurdles, 13.47. Great performance in that by the Australian. But now she needs this. It would be the season's best if she gets over 174. Now, she's got the springs for this, it's just the connection with the run-up. She's got the speed, we saw that in the hurdles. Now, can she transfer that speed to the vertical? Comes in, stutters, no, and Search will be disappointed with that. Just stutters into that final phase as you come into the bar off the curve. Looks okay here, but then purse slips, looks tight, and just clips it. So Search will go out, leader after the first event. And the next to jump will be Such of Hungary, who again is on a third attempt at this height. Now this would be just below her season's best and personal best at 179, so she can jump this height, there's no doubt, but can she do it now? She's certainly tall enough, and then Such, you see the benefit of having that height through the lower limb, those tall legs help her come in, good rhythm, good focus, nice height off the takeoff. So Such of Hungary goes clear at 174 and lives for another height. Pooja of India could be the next up, but we're having a look at the next race.
Indeed we are, 2 to go. This is heat 6. Representatives from Canada, Hong Kong, Slovakia, South Korea, Slovenia, Spain, Cambodia and Singapore. This is Mr. Joshua Duckman of lane 8. That was Yip King Wai of Hong Kong, Jakub Nemec of Slovakia, then Lee Jae-seong of South Korea in 5, Yuri Beber of Slovenia in 4, the Spaniard Adria Alfonso Madero in lane 3, Noeb Chang Yurong of Cambodia in 2, and on the inside is Tan Hong and Daryl, Singapore. Fastest in the field is the Korean Lee, 20.53 overall. He's 0.05 of a second slower than that in the current year. However, he will be chased hard by Alfonso, who has a personal best that is only 0.04 of a second slower than that of the Korean, and it was set this year as well. He comes to these championships in decent form. So Alfonso was 5th in the European Team Championships at 200 metres, sets off in lane 3 wearing the yellow and orange of Spain, and it's the Korean we expected to be with him coming off the bend, who indeed is there. They are miles ahead of everybody else. They're being led by Yip of Hong Kong. Easy then for the Korean Lee Jae-seong ahead of Adria Alfonso. Winning time 20.61. Very respectable indeed. It's been rounded down to 20.6. It's the fastest of the day, with Adria Alfonso being right behind him, the second fastest in 20.65. Bit of a statement that from Lee Jae-seong. It's also not too far off his personal best as well, just a 10th or so. So he's obviously feeling good. Well, he was hoping for luck before, but he left nothing to chance. Great drive out of the blocks. It's a curious one for the 200 metres because you drive out of the blocks, but you immediately start turning. It's a different skill to the 100 metres. But he was in control coming off the bend. Spaniard having a little look around to see what was going on, realised there wasn't really any point trying to beat the Korean. They've got the top 2 times as it is. Lee with a great pedigree already, that Asian Games bronze medal in the 4x100 metres in his pocket. The Asian champion in the last month or so as well in the relays. Didn't get out of the heats in the 4x1 in Chengdu, but reached the semi-finals in the 100 meters and the semis. And he'll be going to the semis here as well with a 20.6 time ahead of Alfonso and Yip.
Beauval, Great Britain, third attempt, 168. Oh, she goes clear, she'll be delighted with that. Puff of the cheeks says that, 170 season's best, so she's getting towards that. It's applause from the crowd. Very neat and tidy into that takeoff point. Not a lot of margin for error for Beauval, but that's a good clearance for her in the circumstances. Bento from Portugal coming in for her third attempt. Good speed, and that's a clatter, that bar's down, so Bento goes out of Group B, women's heptathlon high jump, second event. So Bento, appearance at 165. And in Group A, we have Wilson, Madeline Wilson, who only came in at 177, and coming in at 174, this is first attempt 177. The tall Kiwi, easy for her. What's all this problem mean athletes have got with knocking the bar down? She says, look, just do it like this. Great, easy on the eye, ease on the eye as she eases around the bend, moving smoothly, converts that. Well, she has got a lot of speed, but she doesn't decelerate, and she's got that technical ability to take off and get up over the bar. Beauval, having cleared it third attempt, she's early in the round on Group B, so she now has first attempt 171. This will be the new personal best, currently 170. She could really enjoy this if she can get over 171. Compact, oh, it's close. It's a good attempt by Beauval, but it's down. She'll be able to take some positives from that, though, because that was close. Just nicked it as she went over at the high point. Palm. Of Estonia lining up. Now, she's got those nice circles you like on your score sheet. No failure so far for the Estonian high jumper, heptathlete, shall I say, who's in the second event, the high jump. So this is Palm lining up. Katra Palm, 25-year-old. Oh, she just touched it, didn't she? Got a best of 168 this season, got a personal best of 181, so she's been over 180 in the past, so she's a good high jump. Soups, Group A. First time failure at 177, this second attempt at this height. Nope, bar comes down. Hungarian will have one further attempt. We're getting up to her personal best of 179, so the demons start to play in the mind. You know, can I do this? Can I, you know, it's close to my personal best. But you've got to harness that energy and use it as you come in off that curve into the takeoff. The coach is just suggesting some modifications needed for her to go clear.
Heat 7 of the 200 meters on track, the last of these first round of action from the men's 200. 8 lanes with Argentina, Oman, Hungary, Kenya, or Honduras, excuse me, Kenya, Japan, Chinese Taipei, Australia, and Malaysia. Argentina's Barabas Aratis on the outside, Al Mashari of Oman in lane 7. The Honduran Mendoza Galingo in 6. Kenya's Kundu Isaac Amora in lane 5. Genta Iki of Japan in lane 4. Lin Zhong Han of Chinese Taipei in 3. Aidan Murphy, the fastest in this particular field, is in lane 2. And on the inside from Malaysia is Penjaran Hajar, who is in a very good mood. Let's hope he's in a good mood when he finishes as well. He's not one of the faster times in it. The slowest in the field, though, is Mendoza Galingo from Honduras in lane 6.
On your mark.
3 men you'll expect to go through here would be Aidan Murphy out of lane 2. Chinese Taipei's Lin has also gone under 21 seconds in his career. And Iki Genta from Japan, a 20.65 man this year as well. Aidan Murphy, who went to the World Championships in Budapest in 2023, didn't get out of the heats. Semi-final place is on the line for the last time in this men's 200 meters. Round 1, and going off well is Iki. He's in left behind now, though, on the inside. Murphy and the Kenyan running well as well. Omamura has only just broken 21 seconds, but he's running above himself here, and he gets second place. Aidan Murphy, as expected, the class of the field. He may have been hoping to just dip underneath of 21 seconds, like a number of the others have, but not to be for the 21-year-old whose club is in South Australia. Disappointing run from Genta Iki. Long way back, despite the fact that he's going through one of the slowest automatic qualifying times. Nobody else will go through. The non-automatic qualifying times were set in stone fairly early on in these heats. Nobody in the last 3 or 4 has been able to challenge them. Good burst out of the blocks by Aidan Murphy. Did set a personal best at 400 metres in the middle of July with 45.97, the first time that he dipped underneath of 46 seconds for the 1-lap race. Shows that his street endurance is in good fine fettle. And a very clear victory here. Good run, though, from the Kenyan. Amura to accompany him through. So then it means that the non-automatic qualifiers will be Trelly Banks of the USA. He's the fastest of them. With Moed Fahmy Mab, who was 4th in the 100 metres, will go into the semi-finals here as well. And Hamza Abdullah Al Jabri. I'm glad I corrected myself much earlier on, because he has actually made it through. Murphy, Amura and Iki making it through by right from there, but nobody else through. And there are the men who will go through to the semi-finals.
In Group B, we have Palm of Estonia lining up for her second attempt at 1m71. Now, she's cleared in the past 181, but not recently, 168 this year. So this is clearly a season's best, and she's happy with that. So Palm goes clear at 1m71, and she enjoyed that. As she starts to get back into, gosh, she nearly got it down with her right arm. Didn't really stretch it up far enough at takeoff, but She'll move up to 174, and the only other athlete left in Group B is Bo Val from Great Britain, and we're now lining up for her third attempt. So if she misses this, she's out with a clearance of 168. No chance. First attempt is a really good attempt, but she'll be very disappointed with that attempt at 171. No real commitment in here. Just didn't really convert any of that speed on the run-up into the takeoff point. So I'll take away 178. Farr moves on to 174, and now we have Pooch of South Africa attempting 177. Third attempt, and Pooch goes out at 177. Has that clearance of 174. So Pooch, who was 20th in the hurdles, probably moves up the field a little bit because she's one of the few remaining high jumpers in Group A, although there's still half a dozen or so left in this Group A. Group B just has Palm of Estonia jumping on her own now. And here we have Souks of Hungary. Third attempt, no, and that goes down too. So Souks is out at the height of 177. Applauds the crowd, enjoyed the support, and it's not to be today. Getting up towards that personal best. And this is Catherine Cade O'Connor. Third attempt. Last attempt to get over 177. Now she is a 180-meter high jumper. 184 this season. So this has got to go over. Yep, that's clear. And she screams with delight. Third attempt. If you're going to get over, and you have to, then the third attempt in any height, as it certainly moves up the board, it's points. And you can see and hear the squeal of delight as she goes clear. Not only was it clear, but it was well clear at this height. So she got the mechanics right on the run-up on that attempt. So well done, O'Connor. Slotka of Poland, third attempt, 1.77 meters. Nope, going to sit on that. She goes out. Clearance at 174. It was all looking so good at that height. First time clearance is all the way up to 74. You can see by those circles, but 3 crosses against the height of 177. And that would have been a personal best for Slotka, so she knows she was in good shape to go higher. She's out. Next up will be Scary of Australia. Again, third attempt to stay in the competition at this height. She needs to get over 177. She's already lost her teammate who led after the hurdles. So Souks of Australia, sorry, not Souks, Search of Australia, went out at 171. Final attempt for the second Australian in this women's heptathlon. Oh, and that was so close. So close to a clearance for Scary of Australia. Just tickled it. It got a personal best of 177, so it would have equaled that. Let's just see. Look, she just caught it with her calves on those legs, and she'll go out with a best of 1.74 meters. Will be the points. Scary. She was in fairly low down on the hurdle, so she may have improved a little bit in the overall score. Bielska. Final attempt, 177 for the Polish heptathlete. She's cleared 180 in the past, 176, so this would be Caesar's best. She goes clear, and is she happy with that? Yeah, I can think, I don't need to suggest she may be. She certainly does express her joy and delight when she goes clear of the height. She did that at the earlier height, so goodness knows if she goes over 180. So, we've lost some. Third attempt failures. Catherine O'Connor stays in, as does Bielska of Poland. And I wonder how we know that. Just look at this. Got a best. And in Group B, Palm of Estonia is the lone standing heptathlete still jumping. And the bar's moved up to 174. You can see one failure at 71 and now two failures at 74. She needs to go over to stay in, and it's too far away. That takeoff point really took off meters almost away from the takeoff point. And we move back now to Group A, and Madeleine Wilson of New Zealand is the first person to attempt the new height of 1.80 m. Great clearance by the Kiwi. She's given them a lesson in how you high jump in this group, so I can't imagine the rest of them are taking notes, but perhaps they just ought to have a look at how easy she makes this. Easy on the run up, tall, in control, great conversion off the curve into take off. And the next person to jump here will be O'Connor of Ireland, 180. That's a good clearance. She's got the jumping legs back on now after that third time clearing at 77. The confidence is coming back for O'Connor. That's a very good clearance by her at this height, having looked so rusty at 177. She's got a personal best of 184. You can see what it means to these athletes when they go clear. So the Irish will be celebrating with O'Connor in that clearance. Bielska had a failure at the new height of 180. She'll get that extra slight rest in between her attempts. Wilson, New Zealand clear 180, O'Connor clear at 180. These are valuable points now for these two athletes. Clearance at 180 is 978 points. And of course, what that means is that Wilson, who was pretty well down in the hurdles list, she was 17th after the first event, whereas O'Connor was I'm just checking, in 6th place after the hurdles. So O'Connor, clearing 180, moves up to the gold medal position. And that is quite a jump, because the previous leader, Search from Australia, went out earlier in this group. She cleared 171. So good strides forward by O'Connor. Bielska, though, is the next to jump as she gets ready to go. She's got 40 seconds remaining to get this jump in, and she's ready to go. Second attempt, 118, no. No jump. Knocks the bar down. Second failure at 180. Again, there's 3 athletes left in this high jump in this Group A. Wilson clear from New Zealand, 180. O'Connor, Ireland, clear 180. Bielska, 2 failures at this height of 1.80 m. It would be another season's best if she goes over. She's already achieved that with 177, but it would equal a personal best of 180. And again, she'll have that elongated break because she's the remaining athlete, and they give you 2 minutes just to have a bit of a rest, reset, rethink, get ready for, in her case this time, her third and final attempt. And that will leave us with either 3 at the next time, or we will have 2. Down to 2 in Group A. Group A is a distinct possibility as Bielska sits there and tries to relax. was going to say enjoy the moment, but I'm not sure it's enjoyment, but it's a funny, strange sort of enjoyment, isn't it? It's like the pressure of the moment, and we'll find out whether she can cope with that pressure and whether she can use her energy to get her over this next height of 1.80 m. Yeah, Wilson, she looks pretty relaxed. First time clearance at 180. Bielska gets up. Good conditions for jumping, reasonably warm, not cold certainly. Wind blowing around a little bit, but nothing that is too strong to put you off. And Bielska wants the crowd to help her. Rightly so. Third attempt, 180. No, and it's down, so Bielska goes out. She's out of the Group A, and 2 remaining athletes. Now, Wilson will be the first to jump the new height of 183. The centimetre progression changes from 3 to 2. Sorry, 183, no, it stays at 3 centimetres, so it goes from 180 to 183. And we have Wilson, Madeline Wilson, personal best and season's best of 187. And the way she cleared 180 means that she's in good shape and she's good to go. And despite her 14:39, that was personal best in the hurdles, so to get up to 189, another personal best after this would be a very good move for the Kiwi in this high jump, and the overall point score is certainly looking in her favour at the moment. Wilson, first attempt, new height, 183. Great clearance by Wilson. She still keeps sailing over. Pressure on O'Connor now. The other remaining athletes in this high jump competition. Good clearance by Wilson, very accomplished high jumper. And here's Kate O'Connor getting ready for her first attempt. 183, just 1 centimetre below her lifetime personal best of 184, and a season's best. Good clearance last time at 180. Nicely into the bar, and you can see it's smooth, it's consistent. She can't quite believe it, but if she keeps running off the curve like that, she's definitely going to go higher. Good focus, look at the bar, reach up with that left arm, and up she goes and over she goes. Yes, a scream of delight, oh my word, she says. Good clearance from O'Connor. And a great head-to-head now with Wilson of New Zealand. 2 girls remaining. The bar goes up now to 185. So this is where it changes to 2 centimetres. Wilson getting the guidance from the coach in the stand, as is O'Connor. And we're down to 2, and the time to jump becomes 1 minute 30, so they get another 30 seconds added for them to prepare for their jump. Once that clock starts, they have 1 minute 30 to complete their jump. O'Connor. If she clears it, it will be a new personal best. For Wilson, it's 2 centimetres below her personal best, but a great performance nonetheless. 185, and she does look, I have to say, as if she could go higher. But she's got to get over this first. 185, Wilson, first attempt, New Zealand heptathlon. Well, that's the first waver we've had. Seemed to just decelerate into the takeoff point. She got into a good position off the curve, but just seemed to just slow down there prior to it. Now she's just caught it on the way over. So slight adjustment on that. Bit more attack off the curve. And I think we'll see an improvement at the second attempt, I have no doubt. Kate O'Connor has got into a rich rhythm, I would suggest, in the last 2 jumps. She took 3 attempts at that height of 177, where she had just that little quiver of doubt perhaps until she got to the 3rd attempt. And once she got that, it was a smooth transition around the curve to take off, and then that benefited her for the 180 jump, because that was really quite clear. And then 183 was even better. So the last 3 jumps she's had have been very, very good indeed. Can she now do it again? At 186. 186. New PB if she does. Nope, not to be. First attempt. Didn't quite have that aggressive attack at takeoff that she had at 183. But it's like in this event, you know, the mentality to actually pick yourself up after you've had such a glorious moment in the previous jump, where you just perhaps exceeded anything you thought you might achieve today, this morning, and you've gone over that height, and then you've got to gather yourself and come back again and go higher. You know, this is what this event is all about. Can you get back on the D of this run-up, this high jump run-up, and can you apply the same movement and rhythm to your next jump to go higher? That's the challenge. Wilson, I thought, decelerated into takeoff, so she really does have to attack that point. She looks very smooth on the run-up. He knows she can, I can tell. Well, again, there was a bit more attack, but it's just loss of position at takeoff, and she needs to get into that rhythm and that takeoff and have trust in her ability to get that conversion of that vertical run off the bend into the takeoff point, the horizontal speed into, I mean, and then challenge and put it into the vertical component of the jump. One more attempt for Wilson. At 186. Kate O'Connor, just the 2 athletes remaining out of the 2 groups. Group B finished a while ago. And we have just 2, Kate O'Connor and Madeline Wilson. Kate O'Connor of Ireland and Madeline Wilson of New Zealand. Can one of them get over this height of 186? It would be good if they could. There's points in the bag. 183 gives them 900, over 900 points. $1,016 points for 183. O'Connor, second attempt, 186. No, it didn't have, you know, What you can't do when you go higher, I'm not a high jumper, but I do know that you have to improve on. You need a rhythm, she's got rhythm, but you need to really attack the floor and keep and maintain that rhythm. And the more intent you have at takeoff, the better chance you've got of getting over that bar as the bar goes up. So both women in this heptathlon women's high jump qualifying Group A have both now floundered a little bit, need some more energy. They've got one more attempt each at this height. Both, I think, will be very pleased with 183. They'd be even happier with 186, believe you me. Wilson has a good chance of this with a personal best of 187. O'Connor has a best of 184, so it's a new personal best for her. That's more of a challenge. This woman has been over it in the past. Is he nervous? I think he is. Is she nervous? I think she is too. Third and final attempt for Wilson at this height of 186. Nope, not to be today. Madeline Wilson goes out at 183. She looks so cool and collected in those clearances up to 183. First time clearances at all those heights, and 186 has undone her, but it's still a pretty good performance. And she'll top the group along with Kate O'Connor in height terms. If O'Connor goes clear, then O'Connor takes the honours for this event. She'll continue. If O'Connor fails on a third attempt, they've both been great ambassadors for this sport in the high jump, both clearing 183 comfortably on their first attempts. And now we just wait for O'Connor to prepare herself. She's got the challenge of some runners coming around in front of her, but they'll be sorted out, I've no doubt, in a little while. Looking a bit worried about whether the officials, yeah they are, they're stopping the officials, will be stopping this, the runners getting ready for the 400 metre hurdles, which Angus will be getting ready for as I speak. He's ready. Well, just one athlete left at this moment, and this is the young lady that you can see, Catherine O'Connor of Ireland, the 24-year-old. 25 in December. She's getting ready for her final attempt. The clock has started. She has 50 seconds left to get and go for this third attempt at 186. It'll be a new personal best for the Irish heptathlete. Yeah, come on, she says. Crowd behind her. No, that's taken off a little bit too far away for me, and she's coming down on the bar before she gets up to the bar and over it. So O'Connor goes out along with Wilson of New Zealand, and that concludes the second event. And we'll just wait a moment, I guess, for the scores to be tallied with the 100 metre hurdles if it comes up before this next race on the track. If it doesn't, we'll wait, and Angus will tell you what the standings are when it comes up on the screen in a few minutes. But yeah, great contest between these two women, and they did the heptathlon proud in terms of the standard of their abilities in the women's high jump. And now they have a little rest, and we get ready for the next event on the track. O'Connor, delighted in clearing 183.
Take your time, make everything together.
And O'Connor has moved up into the first position unofficially, and Wilson has jumped up the leaderboard from lowly beginnings in the hurdles. So there we go. So O'Connor goes into the lead with 2,010 points. Wilson jumps up the board to 1,940. Bielska, because of that high jump, to third. And Sux of Hungary, also good high jump, moves into fourth. The leader after the first event, Search of Australia, finds herself now in fifth position, but not far off the lead. And there we have the lead going down to the 20th position, and there are remaining 28 competitors in the heptathlon event. It's a lot of women, and they now go for a well-deserved rest before they get ready for the next event.
Lena Vernley, fastest in the field for the women's 400-meter hurdles semi-finals. She goes in the first of them. On heat 3. On the outside is Zuzana Cymbalova of Czechia in lane 8. Inside her in lane 7 is Sara Mato of Hungary. Lane 6 is Spain's Carla Garcia Sanchez. And lane 5, Lena Vernley. One national title. She has a relay medal in her pocket from a couple of years ago at the European Under-23s. Yasmin Amadacho from Germany goes in lane 4. She's got a good lane draw there. She can chase after the faster Vernley outsider. In lane 3, Miku Takino of Japan. Rebecca Šležáková of Slovakia goes in lane 2, and on the inside is Anja Glavi. Šležáková and Glavi, both non-automatic qualifiers. Amadacho, the German, won in heat 5. She's only 21 years old, but the youngest in the field is the Slovakian in lane 2, Šležáková.
On your marks.
First two in each of these semi-finals go through. There are 3 heats.
Set.
Away we go then, 10 hurdles to be negotiated, 400 meters to the finish line. And the first to rise, as you would expect, is already Lena Vernley in lane 5. She's already going strong. The out there, going down the back straight. The others all look a little bit like for like, but Sara Mato of Hungary also looks like she's going out well. 55.35, her lifetime best reduced to this season for the 24-year-old from Hungary. Now this is where the lactic acid starts to build. You've got to keep that rhythm between the hurdles. And Mato and Vernley going well. Inside them, the Spaniard Garcia Sanchez coming under pressure from Amadacho, being roared on by the home crowd. But it's the top 2 who go through, Vernley and Mato. Winning time 56.1. So that's the first winning time of these 3 semi-finals. Hunt between the top 2. Sara Mato also knows what it's like to win medals. She's actually done it individually. Silver medalist at the 2019 European Junior Championships, and followed that up with the bronze medal here at the World University Games in Chengdu 2 years ago. Had the disadvantage of being outside of the others, so did Mato. See, at this stage it was the Swiss who is well in control. Mato is clearly behind because she's outside, and that's before the stagger has come through, but she based her run very, very cleverly indeed. Kept it going, came back into contention, but Vanley gets it. New personal best for Garcia Sanchez in 4th place. Whether or not it'll be enough to get her through to the final, we can only wait and see. So, joy for some, disappointment for others. At the moment, Yasmin Amadacho's not got an automatic qualifying place, but she's the fastest of the non-automatic qualifiers, albeit after only 1 race. But a new lifetime best from Carla Garcia Sanchez has certainly done everything she can to make it into the final. That's Salome Hüsler from Switzerland, another woman who's capable of going under 56 seconds at her very best. She hasn't quite got that sort of form at the moment. There's Sabrina Heil of Germany. She will do well to go any further than this. However, there might be a new personal best if she can get underneath of 57.08. There's Ilana Hassans, 23-year-old who goes to the Ghent University. Hassans was the Heat 2 winner. And the former finalist at the European Junior Championships. Sabrina Heil bobbing up and down, trying to keep her nerves under control. 21 years old. Hüsler is 22 as well, goes to the University of Applied Sciences in Zurich. Former football's world governing body, FIFA. So going through those last-minute preparations, trying to remember what the coach said to you, those discussions that you had the night before and maybe even on the morning. Most of it at this stage, though, is keeping hold of your nerves, not wasting emotional energy. As the Belgian supporters of Ilana Hassans watching from the crowd. Representatives from Poland, South Africa, the US Virgin Islands, Belgium, Switzerland, Germany, Hungary, and Bosnia-Herzegovina. So then, on the outside, in lane 8 is Paulina Kubis, a sub-56 woman herself. She could be a danger here. Hannah van Niekerk of South Africa is inside her. Then Michelle Smith from the US Virgin Islands. Inside her, Ilana Hansons. You could hear the Belgian fans cheering. Hansons won Heat 2. Salome Hüsler of Switzerland inside her, another Heat winner, and then Sabrina Heil, 21-year-old local girl in 3. Regina Muhai of Hungary in lane 2. And the youngster, Masa Gadic from Bosnia-Herzegovina, just 20 years old. However, not the youngest in the field. That is Michelle Smith. 4th at the World Juniors last year. And an NCAA champion with her university at 4x4. The defending champion, Elise Muraro, will go in the last of the 3 semi-final heats. One of her big challenges goes here, though, with Michelle Smith.
7.
Off we go then. One of the most distinctive uniforms in world athletics is the US Virgin Islands. That sky blue kit with the yellow flashes on the shorts, and she's gone off hard from lane 6th down that back straight. Also going well, the South African Hannah van Niekerk in lane 7. She's got a personal best, though, that is 2 seconds slower than the woman who is herring after her. However, she's still rising first. It's a fairly steady first 200 meters from Michelle Smith as they hit the crown of the bend. 150 meters to go, and now this is where Michelle Smith will start to reel them back. The first 2, don't forget, only going through by right, but this is a great run by van Niekerk. She's still going hard. Michelle Smith gradually pulling her back. Belgians Ilana Hassan tried to do the same thing, but this is a terrific run from the South African. Can she hold on? Her against Smith, she's got to take the victory. 56.18. A new lifetime best for Hannah van Niekerk by 0.04 of a second, gets her through to the final, and a surprise win over Michelle Smith, who's run 54.56 this year. Well, one can only assume that Michelle Smith is saving it for the final. Hannah van Niekerk, terrific. It's been rounded down to another couple of hundredths of a second as well. Ilana Hassan's 56.57. That's enough to get her into the final as it stands at the moment. 4th place, Paulina Kubis, 56.88. That will not be enough to get her through. Well, that was an entertaining race. The big favourite in it didn't win. Well, Michelle Smith has been around for a while. She was 5th in the World Juniors in 2022 before she almost got onto the podium at last year's Global Summit. But you can see there, she kept her form brilliantly, did van Niekerk, holding it all the way until the line. Ironically, at the moment, there are not many South Africans watching. The South Africans who were watching yesterday were the noisy ones. They'll probably be around for the final, I would imagine. Terrific run. So then the win, a surprise for Hannah van Niekerk, a 56.16 personal best ahead of Michelle Smith. Ilana Hassan's 56.57 has her in one of the places for the non-automatic qualifiers, and a new PB for Regina Mohai of Hungary as well, even though she'll be going no further, but ducks under 57 seconds for the first time in her career. There is the champion from 2 years ago. Alice Muraro has a personal best that is actually slower than that of Michelle Smith, who we've just seen finishing 2nd in her heat. Alicia Bennett, woman who has improved to underneath 56.5 seconds this year, the Australian. This scheduled to get off at 2:16. It's 2:13 at the moment, so a couple of moments ago we're just waiting for the introductions. And 2 years ago, Alice Moraro beat Marlene dos Santos to the gold medal. It was a dominant performance in Chengdu in a new lifetime best. She's gone even faster since then in the 2 years that have come afterwards. Sara Mato was the bronze medalist that day. So then, let's meet the athletes. On the outside, the Finn Heidi Salminen. Lane 7, Antonia Sanchez Nunez from Mexico. New personal best this season for her as well. Alicia Bennett of Australia goes in lane 6. But then the defending champion looked great in the heats. The 24-year-old Alice Moraro will go in lane 5. Then in lane 4, Natalia Svenda from Croatia, 22 years old. She also went well in the heats. Magdalena Slapakova from Czechia goes in lane 3. Inside her, Juliana Guerreiro from Portugal. And on the inside, one of the non-automatic qualifiers, Jania Hodges from the US.
On your marks.
Moraro went to the Olympic Games last year in Paris and got through the first round into what was the second round. Didn't reach any further than that. Effective quarterfinals. This, though, is the title that she defends. Alice Moraro then knows what it's like to be able to win over one lap of the World University Games, and she's got off to a terrific start already and has already made up ground on the Australian Alicia Bennett's outsider in the 6th lane. Fairly tight inside her as we approach the 200-meter mark. Just a little bit of a stutter from the defending champion. However, she's still working well, and now she makes her move round the bend. Alicia Bennett has felt her there and is trying to go again. Inside Moraro is Svenda. Personal best nowhere near that of the Italian, who is taking it easy. Only the first two go through, and it's a bit of a battle. Moraro leads at the moment. Bennett's beginning to fade. Coming through on the outside is Sanchez Nunez of Mexico. It's going to be Moraro who gets there. Bennett is rewarded with second place, ahead of Svenda. And then Sanchez Nunez, the winning time, 56.73. It's actually slower than she achieved in the heats yesterday by half a second. A race in which Alicia Bennett also chased her home. Bennett broke her personal best in the heats. Not quite that this time around. Nevertheless, everything that needed to be done has been done. That's Svendø, who finished third in 57.13. Really slow, actually, compared to previous heats, so nobody who finished outside the top two will be going any further forward. That was hard work, that final one. Moa has been in good form. She's developed her speed in 2025, breaking her personal best indoors at 60 metres and at 60-metre hurdles. Came outside, set a personal best in the 100 hurdles. But she looked a little leggy in this one. We're quite fortunate that it's been relatively overcast. The heat has dissipated from Northern Europe, because last week it was terrifically hot and sunny, but the weather being a little kinder to the athletes. So hugs, Alicia Lesmararo and Alicia Bennett, first and second again. So then it means that the fastest qualifier is Ilana Hassans, the Belgian, with 56.57, and Yasmin Amadacho, the German, will also go through. But Moraro still on course to defend her title. The only woman under 57 seconds in the last of the three semi-final heats with 56.73. So there it is. The final will take place tomorrow at 6:25 p.m. German time. And it should be a pretty good race if we can get some good conditions like this. So then that's it for the morning session. The first full morning session of our week of athletics here at the Lohr Heide Stadion. We'll be back later on today at 5:35 Central European time for the evening session. But for now, from John and myself, it's Auf Wiedersehen.
Und wenn ihr nicht wisst, was ihr in der Mittagspause so machen sollt, das ist ganz einfach. Sind nur So there's a small pool at the center of Holland, not far away from here, from 12 to 10, with music and some catering and so on.
Thank you.